No, I'm here to write it down. No, I can do it. I just showed up unannounced. No, I would have brought all the accoutrements, but I thought.
How are you? Yay.
There's about 120, but I mean, some got filled, but it was just indicative of what the season was like. The one outfitter that does quite a bit over there last year, years past, is killed in the 20s, and he had nine this year. So they just were not moving.
Not cooperative.
And there's a lot of killing cows instead of wolves.
Did you talk to Joy about this yet?
Yes, I already sent her the note, she's adding.
That she's adding,
Energy. Yes, that should all be done.
I saw your photo on a sheet show.
Big mouth.
Okay, get started. Ed, you want to lead us in the pledge, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Good morning. Our business is the consent agenda.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda with the removal of the 2022 updated fee schedule.
Second.
Motion and a second as stated.
Aye.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, thanks. Mr. Edwards, go over the bids for the solid waste roll-off services.
thanks, Madam Chair. So as you know, we have roll-off services that serve some of our satellite waste receipt locations. One up in Crandall, we got one at Clark landfill, one at the Powell landfill, and then some relocated at the Cody landfill as well. And we contract out that service, have been historically. Last several years, I think that's been Kill Sanitation's had that contract. There's a clause in there where it can be renewed. I think with fuel prices and other things, that issue came to the forefront of whether or not still good to renew at that rate. And so talking to Kill, we decided it's probably best in the county's interest, because it has been a while, to rebid it or to go ahead and bid it out and get some fresh look at the prices. We may end up paying quite a bit more because of that, but it's probably the fair thing to do to adjust where the market is. So anyway, we received 2 bids for these roll-off services. One of them is from Two Tough Guys, and the other's from Kill Sanitation. I will say, it was brought to my attention that the one bid from Two Tough Guys, I believe it was not delivered to the clerk's office.
Keel.
Oh, Kiel, I'm sorry, it was Kiel.
Actually, that one wasn't delivered to the clerk's office either until I told them to deliver it to me.
So they both, the instructions were in the bid to deliver to the clerk's office. Neither of them did, it sounded like, but I guess the one actually took it to the landfill.
Well, he dropped it off. He saw me standing out at the landfill, so he slowly told me to give it to you and dropped it off, turn around and walk away.
So we're,
Is it sealed?
Oh, that was the
Yes, it
Keel
was
one?
sealed. Yeah, it was sealed.
Oh.
And I immediately brought it to Corey.
but like I say, it's something we'll continue to work on. We used to do it that way. It's a summer
As
learning.
long as they weren't open.
Yeah, that's right, exactly.
Yeah, they were both sealed when we got them.
Okay, so the first one's Kiel Sanitation.
You need it.
Jim's got it. good?
I have a higher clearance. Yeah.
There you go, you're good.
I have a higher clearance.
Yeah, we're good.
Who do we currently contract with?
Keel sanitation. Yeah.
After your.
For years, yeah, so, first one, and just so you know, we ended up bidding this to where there were different schedules depending on if somebody wanted to just do Crandall or Powell, they could do it that way, so each of these have been separately, so we'll read these off for each of these. First one is for, the Citizens Convenience Center at Cody. The 30-yard container, $115 per month. Standard dumping fee per container, $120 per container. And then on-call standard service fee, $300 per trip.
Here,
Yes.
how many trips? Do they generate?
That's kind of an on-call, so generally about how many times, Sandy?
Twice a month.
Twice a month.
In a heavy summertime, maybe 3 times, but that's also 3 containers twice a month, so 6 dumps, 9 dumps. We've never exceeded 9 dumps.
And that standard dumping fee per container, that's twice daily, typically Monday through Saturday, that's the $120 per container. That makes sense? And then there's an on-call fee. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
What that means is they have to be available to us Monday through Friday for at least 2 dumpings a day if we have that kind of business. That doesn't mean we ever call them that often. It just means that they're agreeing to the availability. That higher rate of $300, the on-call, we've never used, but it's kind of a contingency that if there's an emergency and we need them now, then it's.
It's only charged, the 300 is only charged if we need it.
If it's an emergency dump, yeah, and we need them to show up right now, drop everything you're doing. We haven't yet to use it, but it's in.
It says available within 4 hours of Park County call. That's the emergency one. So the second, this bid schedule B, this is for the Powell landfill, bringing the material back to the Cody landfill. This is 1 40-yard container rental per month, $120 per month. The on-call standard service fee, transportation to Cody and Bell Bunny within 24 hours of Park County call is $350 per trip. And I apologize, we don't have your form there, that's my bad there. On the next one, Schedule C, the Clark landfill roll-off services, 1 40-yard container per month, $120 per month is the fee, or the bid. On-call standard service fee, available within 24 hours per call, $350 per trip. And the last one, Schedule D, this is for Crandall, to bring the materials to the Cody landfill. 1 40-yard container rental per month, $120 per month. On-call service available within 24 hours of Park County call, $500 per trip. That's everything from Keel. Oh, that was Keel, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
So who did you just read?
That was Keel, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
that's what I had written down.
Oh, for 2 tough guys. First one is Citizens Convenience Center, that's the Schedule A. $210 per month on the 30-yard container. And I will say they're providing 3 containers, is what we specified. So $210 a month for
Each container times
30-yard
3.
container rental per month, per container, $210 per month per container. Their standard dumping fee per container, $120 per container. That's available up to twice daily, Monday through Saturday. The on-call standard service fee within 4 hours Park County call, $120 per trip. Schedule B, which is the Powell landfill, bringing it to Cody, 1 40-yard container rental per month, $240 per month. The on-call standard service fee within 24 hours. Trip to Cody, $400 per trip. Bid proposal Schedule C, this is for Clark landfill, 140-yard container rental per month, $240 per month is the bid. On-call standard service fee, which includes transportation to Cody per trip, available only within 24 hours. I think this is $560, about 500.
Yeah, it looks like 560.
Yeah, $560 per trip. And the last one, Schedule D, get you tough guys. This is the Crandall Transfer Station. It's 140-yard container rental per month, $240 per month. On-call standard service fee to Cody, validity within 24 hours from Crandall, $560 per trip. What we'll do, we'll come back later today and we will bring a recommendation. We'll go over all this in detail and look at kind of our different prices and summarize that. So we know what we're looking at.
We'll take a lot of
Would you like to see the old contracts? I can email them over to you, the old prices.
Sure.
Would you like- I'll scan them in and I'll send them.
I think I'm still up.
Yes.
Good.
Okay, if there's any- Are we expecting anybody else to
I
come?
think
Okay. Okay.
The Lloyd fuel bypass.
We're still on that.
Lloyd Fueling Complex.
That would have some fun.
So the next thing on our agenda is Mr. Edwards, consider application for a transportation alternatives program, TAP program, as we call it, funding for engineering and construction of phase 1 in Powell area pathways.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So over the past year, as you know, the county applied for and was granted transportation alternatives program funds through YDOT to look at walking and bike paths in the Powell area and looking at not so much as a recreational, that's kind of more of a side thing, but it's more of a safety as it relates to conflicts with truck routes, county roads. And Commissioner Kills was kind of brought some concerns to us to start with on this, and I think they're valid. And we hired engineers and associates through YDOT with their assistance, and they conducted a pretty in-depth study evaluation of the area, looked at traffic patterns and costs, and how the area is growing, and provided some recommendations on how the bike paths and walking paths can be integrated in with the city's program as the city grows, and how we can help divert some of that walking, pedestrian, biking type traffic away from those truck routes. So I think it was pretty good report. We had a lot of public input on that, as you recall, and we came in, I think, separately, and there was a pretty good discussion, so I won't go over a lot of the details. One of the primary things that came up, and I think was the original premise for going and looking at this project and looking at these funds, was the conflict on the truck route for Tower Boulevard, which Road 10. And there's a lot of different things going on there with irrigation and utilities and whatnot. And the road's pretty narrow, but it does get a lot of pedestrian, bicycle type traffic. And really, in the surveys, when we surveyed the people in Powell and surrounding areas, that was the road and the issue that got the most input as far as people that actually do use it and then what or have concerns, safety concerns, which we all share that as well. So anyway, we're kind of up against the next round of funding for the transportation alternatives program. The call for projects will be in March. And the estimated award will be in April. So we really need to start on an application if that's something that we want to do. And I guess my thought on it is if the county wanted to pursue that, I think that's my recommendation. I think engineering associates will support that too. It sounds like we have a good shot of getting next phase funding, which will be an 80-20 match. Where the county would be responsible for 20% of that cost. The project limit is $500,000, so we could be looking at up to $100,000 with this. But would be really to focus on that Power Boulevard Road 10. And this would be probably some sort of a scoping engineering design thing, whether or not we could get enough money to actually do something, which is always what I like to do, is feel like we spend all this money studying stuff, but that's kind of that way things work with a lot of federal state funding. So the next phase would be to design that and possibly look at some additional things that can be done on the construction, but really focus on that Power Boulevard. So I guess I need some direction from the board on whether you want us to pursue that with an application for next round of funding.
Brian, my only question is, if memory serves, from the last time we were discussing this, in order to make the loop all the way around, which is the feasible thing to do,
Yep.
rather than just have one out and come back.
Yep.
It seems like the price tag on that was upwards of a couple $1 million.
It was, and the reason why I guess I gravitated to focus on this is where the truck route and this is where the biggest conflicts are. But we'd be working towards a bigger plan that has, everything tied together with, Homesteader, the college, the high school, all those different things, trying to tie all that together. And it's just, it sounds like in talking to the folks from YDOT that's in this funding program, good chance we can, if we're on a plan, and because we did have a study and have a plan in place, there could be multiple projects as we move forward. So this will be the first of other projects.
So basically what you're saying is if we got approved for, say, phase one.
Yep.
And then we wanted to bring another to do the continued loop or the phase 2, phase 3, like we're doing out of the South.
And because they like those type of things, a big picture plan, that especially if the county and city are together on it, they like those type of projects that we're working phases. The maximum we can even apply for is 500,000, so it promotes having phase development. But yeah, it could be over after phase one if that's what the board decides.
Madam Chair, Joe's did on my concern as well is the fact that we're at a stopping point or a continue on, but to continue on, we're going to be committed to more than just this one thing. Because like Joe said, I think it's foolish to consider to just improve one section if you're just going to actually double the problem within that area if you don't complete the whole loop and get the people off. My biggest concern from day one was the safety issue of this. There is a possibility that we may be able to get some additional recreational funding to help along the way once we actually get into the construction part of it. I look at this first phase, it was discussed at the last meeting to use mostly on engineering the complete loop as opposed to actually doing any on ground stuff possibly in that first section. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So, I mean, if I'm at the point where I can go either way. I mean, this overall might be best to just move the whole damn truck route somewhere. I don't know, as far as safety issue, but if we decide to go through with this, I don't believe we're actually committed to it at this point until we're approved. But if we're gonna do it, we need to look at it as probably a 3-year minimum project of, so basically 300,000 possibly to complete this project, depending on whatever partnering we can do with the city.
So just to kind of follow up on that, that is correct. These first funds that we keep talking about, that we're talking about applying for right now, is for the design. And when I say design, it would be construction level plans. It would be design of the whole loop system, the plan. And then I guess with the idea that if 500,000 seems like a lot of money to me once you get to that point, but with I would like to get something built, and I know that's probably not what the state's thinking. They probably will think we'll spend all of this on design. But anyway, just knowing that focus, the first thing I think we'd spend money on the bigger tower. But we designed the whole loop conceptually.
Madam Chair, as far as a major part of that road design was north of 7th on Road 10. And you're talking millions just in that 1/8 of a mile section to put irrigation underground, all of that. I mean, just the actual construction of it would take up a couple $1 million. And if you're going to do a whole loop, I mean, you're talking a big project. Now, is the funding going to be every year? They'll add more money to that funding so that we can keep reapplying, or how does that work?
It's my understanding that especially with things that have gone on the federal level, that there's a really good chance that funding will continue for the foreseeable future. So, and we were told, whether that's true or not, I think Commissioner Hill was there too, is that I think because we were approved on that first stage study, they see this as being a viable, these are the kind of projects that the fund is meant for. The other thing I'll say is it's a lot of money, but I think we all recognize that the town's growing and that cost is only going to get higher. You know, as it gets harder as more utilities, more development goes in to fix some of those things. Now's the time to be thinking of those outskirt areas because it's only going to get worse.
Commissioner Tillman.
You know, and when we first started talking about this project a number of years ago, I had a lot of mixed emotions about it. And I can honestly say I probably was not in favor of it. But if we can use this money primarily for the engineering of the whole project, and we have a good feeling that there's going to be additional money available, you know, even, I mean, worst case scenario, we do the engineering on it, and there's no money, so we have to put it on the shelf, but at least it's done. And I mean, if you've ever driven between Powell and Cody, headed towards Powell between 6 and 7 in the morning, the amount of traffic that's coming to Cody, I mean, Powell is growing. There is absolutely no question about that. So I'm in favor of it.
And Chair, I want to clarify that the loop, I believe, that at least what we're talking about as first phase is just from lane 9 to lane 8 over to the annex, not the complete loop that is in some of it goes clear around to Homestead Park. It's just that first, actually 1.5 miles, I believe.
I think that's it. I know it was this first part we were looking at was, each one, they broke up several different things. There were, gosh, what, 8 or 9 different items that were all $400,000 or $500,000. Right? So it's
Right.
not money.
But this, what we're discussing is our truck route
To the areas,
not the completion all the way around to Homestead and all of that.
Which is north of 7th on Tower, is the truck route.
Is the truck route.
Is the main concern.
Yeah, that is a major, but that's the major problem too. As Brian mentioned, even in their study showed that. I mean, I'd say we had to spend a lot of money to find out what we do, but.
I think if we don't get ahead of it, it's not going to be a good thing. You see some of these communities that have grown and not gotten ahead of what they need. And that this is an opportunity to, as you say, at least get the design. If we put it on the shelf, at least we could pull it back off at a later point.
What's the scenario of you set up to 500,000? So say we got max, but the design is more than 3/4 of that. What happens to the remaining money? Does it just stay in Cheyenne or do we do small stuff?
It does. And part of what we do, we would have to come up with what we think it would cost, so we apply for what we, And then, they would, part of that would be to look at that. We can't really go into it with an engineer. We have to, go through the statement qualifications thing with them again. So it's a little hard to nail down what that amount is on the front end.
But then you can make the decision of whether we just go for that engineering part right now, depending on the total cost versus engineering and some construction.
Exactly.
Madam Chair, I just want to bring up that the TAP problem does allow you to use other funds as well, so
Right.
such as our outdoor rec money for a group that we're with, and there's a bunch of money there that can partner with this.
The state's doing more with it too.
So at this point in time, we're at we gotta do an application. And if we're approved, we can decide at that point in time if we're gonna move forward or we're gonna say, thank you very much. We changed our mind.
We can do that, yeah. So it's very similar to what we've done with FLAP, where until you enter into that agreement, we're not obligated.
Madam Chair, at that, I make a motion that we make the application with tap funding for the project outline.
So moved and seconded to move forward. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Good, make it.
Figure eight, Gabe.
We have a few minutes before.
I feel like COVID coming on. Yeah. I don't even know what you guys are talking about.
One vote.
Morning. What can we do to get more comfortable chairs in here?
Hey, Paul.
Sorry.
That was a very good idea there.
You've got the comfortable.
I know, I have to get in here early to get it.
That's the Carol Cloudwalker chair.
I heard.
I was actually kind of surprised since she passed away that we had to remove the chair, but
I just
it's
took it
kind of
over
a,
because I have 3 today, so.
stay sitting right there.
Yeah.
I myself would like it. It's too far.
Cup, I'm going.
That was,
You want a cup, I'm going.
yeah,
I'll buy it.
I just made a fresh pot before I came in here, so it should be good. We'll say on that bike route thing, that in the design, we need, if those drainage things can't be enclosed, give us the width.
Yeah, there's no bike path unless you
There's
solve
no-
that irrigation problem.
Right.
And there, I mean, that road's too thin to begin with.
What is there that big, I know the big drain on the right, because I drive north on that all the time, but to go to the entrance, but on the left, is there a big drain or is that?
There's the guy right there.
It's just on the right as you go along.
They have to have
Maybe
drains
we
to get
put
the
a
flow around
black
there.
on the west
That
side.
whole area, man.
Well, it all depends how far your deep drainage is. Property too.
I understand what you're saying, but I just wanted to make sure it was.
Yeah, I think it's just on one side. So that,
Sure,
that
but it's.
canal on the left-hand side might be around water or maybe just a little irrigation situation, but you probably have to cover that too, I suppose. So if you're gonna expand that
Right.
road out,
Depends on where the right of way lines are.
because I don't think you can go to make the road actually wider and then add that bike path. I don't think you can just go to the east. I think you're gonna have to do it on the east and the west. So just in that one section, you know, that goes up to the next lane,
That's
so.
pretty deep.
Yeah.
I never liked that one.
And I don't believe rerouting a secondary path for them is gonna solve the problem, so I'm definitely moving forward, I'm not for that.
Well,
I would totally vote against
the
the,
trucks are still gonna turn up Road 10.
that's what I mean, and if you
If
get.
the sign changes, they're still gonna go.
Take through a designated place along that to get off. You know, the idea of the one plan of cutting up 7th Street and then dog legging over to 9.5 and up, you know. That gives them an alternative route. But it's not gonna keep the people off of the damn road.
Yeah.
So I'm not,
Well, I saw somebody the other day on their bike being pulled by their dog going up that road. And there's cars that have to stop and slowly go around them, but they didn't care. So, surprised No. That was, at the meeting, we had Churchill out there. He was talking about he actually takes care of that path over by the high school, it's north. He says half the time he's just picking up miles around.
Yeah,
That's his job.
if you make it an official trail and stuff, I think people have to start being more responsible.
Yeah.
with their own.
Sure, sign was all.
Right, right. Just have more plastic bags.
Can I ask a question? Sure. These final plans. What is the purpose behind it?
Normally, it's that they, from the sketch plan, went and completed everything that planning and zoning and us required after the sketch plan by what needed to be on the plat and met those obligations and everything.
And all those have to be met before it gets to us. So I mean, why, we've already decided that if we're, you have to meet these conditions.
Can you carry
Once
all
they
that?
met those conditions, why do we have to come back?
You have to get a dollar.
I know.
And we're gonna look at that as we work into a land use plan and look at updated regulations about exactly what is required through the state statutes, what are some of our county's
It just seems.
processes and what's required by the statute, and see where we can
Simplify it.
yeah, simplify it and meld things a little better. So we'll work on it, but it's not gonna be a quick fix,
For clerk records,
just so you know.
for clerk records too, like right now, we're working with the city because they've built a thing out on Marissa Lane. And it was never put in through the city, so we have people coming in to register to vote, and according to us, Marissa Lane, that doesn't exist. So that's the other reason that they need to follow statute and follow it.
It's government just making things more
A
difficult.
lot of conflict.
Say, yeah, I might go the other way instead of easier.
It's like a damn waste of time. We've already approved all that stuff.
We did.
Okay,
You gotta put your final stamp on.
It's in the drawer.
Kim Dolan's changed this a little bit, so. Got him done here to start with, we'll do the Cooper simple sub 281.
All right, thank you, Madam Chairman. So for the Cooper Simple Sub 281, we have a final plan application from Nick and Rachel Handley that we received January 7th of 2022. They're requesting a 1/6 acre lot, simple subdivision for residential use. Ownership is Abigail Swaney, formerly known as Abigail Garwick, Aaron Judd Swaney, trustees of the Moody Trust, dated August 8, 2014, and amended May 18th of 2017. So this land is a parcel of land located in Township 55 North, Range 100 West, 6 PM, Park County, a parcel of land located in Farm Unit B. Subdivision is located approximately 4.5 miles west of Ralston and approximately 1.2 miles south of State Highway 294. It is also just south of County Road 9 on the east side of County Road 19 on a parcel address is 929 Road 19, located in the GRP zoning district. The lot size is proposed is consistent with that zoning district. Neighboring land uses directly north of this parcel are residential and residential vacant land. Otherwise, the majority of surrounding property uses are agricultural. Site characteristics: the land is currently vacant, irrigated farmland. Is not located within 1 mile of a municipality, therefore municipal review is not required. A notice of intent was published October 7th and October 14th of 2021 in the Powell Tribune. Agency referrals were sent from the Planning and Zoning Department out to appropriate agencies on October 26, 2021. All utility companies have responded that they have capacity to serve, being Black Hills Energy, Garland Light and Power. Fire district can provide fire protection. Mail service can be provided, TCT West, They have terrestrial wireless available in the area and may be able to provide internet and VoIP phone to the location depending on the line of sight to the towers. School District 1 has bus stops at all access points onto Road 19. Weed and pest do not require a long-term noxious weed management plan, but they do recommend the applicant follow best management practices for controlling the spread of noxious weeds. Public Works has confirmed access for Lot 1 from County Road 19. They also want to comment that the right-of-way permits traffic impacts were stated and they have no immediate concerns regarding drainage or erosion control. Property taxes are paid current. We do have an approved water distribution plan. Clarks Fork Powell Clarks Fork Conservation District did do a soils report, and it ranged quite widely for dwellings with and without basements, for being somewhat limited in drainage, and as far as septic tanks and absorption fields and sewer lagoons, it ranged from very limited ratings for septic tank absorption fields due to slow water movement. We have received no public comments. Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed this on November 17th, 2021 with conditions. The conditions that needed to be met have been met, and that being that they have, the district approved the water distribution plan, so we did get that from Heart Mountain Irrigation. There is a note for the Right to Farm and Ranch Act on the plat. And there was a condition here, noting that a water sample from a neighboring well detected the presence of total coliform. They have since submitted another water plant or water results. So that condition is no longer necessary because their most recent water sample showed the water was safe and no more detection of E. coli and coliform. Plat Review Committee reviewed the final plat January 17th, made some minor changes and corrections and received the revisions on January 18th. A subdivision improvements agreement is not required since applicable utilities, improvements, roads and drainage improvements and other improvements are either proposed or incomplete. Doesn't seem right. They're all in, so they don't need a plan. And we have some findings for you. Recommend a couple of recommended conditions, and I hope I can answer the questions you might have.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the final plat.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve the simple subdivision committee one final plat.
I got one point of curiosity, because this is the first time that I've ever seen a letter from Park County Weed Pest that says they're not requiring a long.
I agree.
Yeah,
There must be something unique
They
out
must be
there.
doing something good out there.
It was a bare field.
Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion to approve, say aye.
I,
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
2022-11.
Boyd, point of clarification with Boyd saying too is that on these simple subs, we didn't see anything from these. So we are required to sign off on them because they get a subdivision. Now, repeat that. We have not seen the simple subs, they only come to us this one time. They don't come to us previously. So this is the only time we see. We see minors and majors, but we don't see a sketch plan on simple. Okay, so that's why this section. But again, we're gonna look at all
That's funny, I must be having deja vu.
that.
Or are we?
Yeah.
Wait till it's starting here.
Carlos, do you think you want to- It's up to you, we've got 5 minutes at least, so
I've got to run over and see stories. Okay, real quick.
that might take more than 5. Actually,
But like the 1025, the Wheelwood Dam one, that one. Only you're talking about.
that's a minor sub though.
That's a minor.
This,
It's from the irrigation district.
It's like Chinese.
Russia.
Russian. Languages?
Each time for a new one.
Oh, good.
That will make the same. And do the laptops.
Yes, well, I don't know that they'll be changed out, but they're gonna have to, so he said we'll have to bring them in when he lets us know that they're making the change.
Like it's in the back.
Okay. You can do that anyway.
I don't want to have to turn it in and have to do a go before you know.
And fail the test.
I didn't fail.
Oh.
I passed
Oh.
barely, which reminded me of high school. I got one wrong,
Oh,
80%,
okay.
which is a B.
On 1 of 3 tests, so that's not.
Yeah, which is a B.
Okay.
Still didn't get the prize.
No. Oh, you get a certificate, go into your awards.
Oh, okay.
Make you a certificate.
I put that out.
Yeah.
Haven't heard anything.
Okay, we can split the difference, so we'll get going. The next one is, of course, Patty Denny with planning and zoning, doing Blah Blue, simple subdivision number 277, final plat.
Right, thank you. We have simple sub, blue simple sub, with the final plat application received on December 17th, 2021 from Kobe LeBlue. They are requesting a simple subdivision comprised of 1 3-acre lot for residential uses. Creation of this subdivision will result in a exempt remainder parcel of 37.05 acres. Owners are Arndt, Kobe, Vaughn, and Deborah LeBlue. Legal description is described as parcel 1, township 56 north, range 98 west, 6 p.m. Park County, and parcel 2, township 56 north, range 99, 6 p.m. Park County, Wyoming, part of Farm Unit G. Location of this subdivision is approximately 2.75 miles northeast of the city of Powell. There is approximately, or the property is approximately 1.3 miles east of County Road 8 along County Lane 6, and is addressed as 675 Lane 6, Powell. This subdivision is located in the GRP zoning district, and the lot size proposed are consistent with that zoning district. Neighboring land use, the surrounding land uses are primarily agricultural. Approximately 0.3 miles to the northwest is a parcel in a 1-lot subdivision used for residential purposes. Site characteristics, there is an existing residence on proposed lot 1. Not located within 1 mile municipality, therefore municipal review is not required. Notice of intent to subdivide was published July 1 and July 8th of 2021 in the Powell Tribune. Due to a delay in the subdivision review process, the notice of intent was published again October 14th and October 21st, 2021 in the Tribune. Agency notices went out from Planning and Zoning Department on October 27th, 2021. Electricity, gas, telephone, internet service have all been confirmed that they are available through Garland Light and Power. Let's see who else we have here. Montana Dakota Utility, TCT, and AT&T. Post office stated they'll be able to deliver mail to the subdivision. School district, number one, will have bus service at all access points onto lane 6. Powell Parks Court Conservation District has done a review and identified several soils types rated from not limited to somewhat limited for dwellings and somewhat limited to very limited ratings for septic tank absorption fields and sewage lagoons due to the depth to bedrock and slow water movement. Shoshone Irrigation District have reviewed and signed a water distribution plan. Park County Weed and Pest have reviewed the property and are requiring a long-term noxious weed management plan that has been approved and submitted. Northwest Water states they do have service in place for the proposed subdivision. Property taxes are paid. Fire District 1 is able to provide fire protection. Game and Fish have no specific concerns for the proposed subdivision, yet they continue to be concerned about the number of subdivisions proposed in Park County. Park County Public Works stated proposed lot 1 does have legal access from County Main 6, and they have no concern regarding a drainage and erosion control plan at this time. We have received no public comments. Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed this subdivision on November 17th, 2021, and recommended approval with a couple of conditions. Those conditions have been met, one of which was an irrigation distribution plan and a note on the final plat for the Wyoming Right to Farm and Ranch Act. Plat Review Committee reviewed the final plat draft January 17th, 2022, had some minor corrections and changes, and received revisions on January 26th. A subdivision improvements agreement is not required since no applicable utility improvements, road and drainage improvements, or other improvements identified in Appendix 11 of the regulations are either proposed or incomplete. We have some findings for you. One staff recommendation for a condition, and if I can answer any questions, I'd be happy.
Questions from the board?
Chair, I'll move to approve.
Been seconded to approve Loveland Civil Subdivision 277. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Patty, does that SS 277 is 277 the mileage outside of Powell?
No, our subdivisions get given a number.
Also, we
And
built
that's-
277
yeah.
subdivisions.
That's why Commissioner Fields having deja vu. Head on your agenda.
Yeah, good. I was like, getting told either way, so.
I know, right?
Twiddle my thumbs.
Oh, stop.
Next one, I'll finish quickly, we get a longer break.
I know, I'm going fast. This one, I'm just gonna say ditto.
And ditto.
Ditto and ditto.
Are they still coming in? Heavy, Mr. Ian?
Not quite as heavy, but now we're getting a lot of special use permit applications. Change gears for the lab. Yeah, they're working it out, yeah, they just haven't hit the door yet.
They'll put it in a single week.
Yeah. At least we're getting a lot of them that we've had sitting for a while are finally final platting
They're
and
moving
getting out the
forward.
door.
Do a follow-up on this final time.
Do, I think planning and zoning has a particular file to make sure that things happen, when they have things that are like an HOA or things that need to be completed, especially if it's improvements. Then yes, they go out to the time frame and check. Need all of that. It's a simple sub, probably not so much, just make sure everything gets recorded. How that file's a little thick right now. Chasing. Where we go. And then when they start building on them, they get to check all the subjects. You see them several times.
Should it be hard to find that we send them a note then?
That would be up to Joy and staff if there's something that's not compliant with as part of the design or the improvements.
For the subdivision.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, we're close enough. It's not a public hearing, so we will go ahead with Jenny, Patty, planning and zoning officer, Willwood Dam, minor subdivision number 61, final plat.
Okay, thank you. We have a final plat application for the Willwood Dam minor subdivision 61. We received January 7th, 2022. Applicant was Daniel Martin, the owner of the property. He is requesting approval of a 3-lot subdivision consisting of 1 5.06 acre lot and 2 5.08 acre lots, all for residential uses. The legal description for this property is a parcel of land in tract 5 of lot 69, township 54 north, range 100 west, 6 p.m., Park County, Wyoming, according to the government reef survey. Proposed subdivision is located approximately 5.25 miles southwest of Ralston and approximately 1.6 miles southeast of US Highway 14A. The property borders County Lane 14 and is approximately 0.10 miles north of the Willwood Dam. The property's address 1654 County Lane 14. This is located in the GRP zoning districts, and the lot sizes as proposed are consistent with that zoning district. Neighboring land uses in the immediate area of this proposed parcel are primarily residential and residential vacant land. Property managed by the Bureau of Reclamation borders the very southwest corner of the parcel. Agricultural uses are dominant in the properties to the west on this parcel on the west side of the Shoshone River. There are several subdivisions in the area, however, they are all either some distance to the northeast or across the Shoshone River. Site characteristics of parcel is vacant land and contains native vegetation. The west and northwest boundary line of each of the proposed lots has a dirt berm that is several feet high. This berm creates a steep slope down to the west towards the Willwood Canal. Otherwise, the topography is generally flat. This property is not located within 1 mile of the municipality, therefore municipal review is not required. Public hearing is not required for final plat, so no other notices are required, and we have received no public comments. The Board of County Commissioners reviewed and approved sketch plan on November 16th, recommending or approving it with conditions. Those conditions have been met, consisting of a long-term weed management plan, a note of the Wyoming Right to Farming Act on the plat, and also a note on the plat of any proposed wells on these subdivision lots shall be permitted by the Wyoming State Engineer's Office prior to installation. And applicant shall provide comments including confirmation of water rights status from the Willowdale Irrigation District to the Planning and Zoning Department. And that's been met. Additional information we received since you looked at the sketch plan is a letter from Willowwood Dam Irrigation stating they determined 130 foot wide easement, 65 feet from the center line of the canal, that's Willowwood Canal, for access, operation, and maintenance easements on Willowwood Irrigation District Canal. Another letter from them of December 7th stated they see no records of water rights present on the property. They suggested the applicant may verify this with the state engineer's office. Plat review committee reviewed the final plat draft on January 17th, had minor corrections and changes, and received a corrected version on January 19th. A subdivision improvements agreement is not required since no applicable utility improvements, road and drainage improvements, or other improvements identified in Appendix 11 of the regulations are either proposed or incomplete. And we have our findings and one recommended condition is so approved.
Questions from the board? What's your pleasure?
Madam Chair, move to approve the minor subdivision final plat for Willowwood Dam.
Second.
The moved and seconded to approve Willowwood Dam minor sub 61. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion to proceed. Thank you.
Holy smokes, take a nap. Good job.
Good job.
Well done, Mitch.
Okay, we have a little bit.
All right.
How come Patty has to carry all the heavy stuff, and you have one little guy?
I'm a muscle.
So we're officially on break.
Yeah.
Till 10, I never heard back. They sent, I saw
Till
that
10:50.
ICC. voted on. At what point was the hell were we?
Oh, no, well, that's always told me about the other cities, even though that they're managed, not equivalent, they're still inventory. And directly.
And this one takes.
Okay, the next thing on our agenda, Brooks Jordan, Bighorn District Manager, Wyoming State Parks. Upcoming Buffalo Bill State Park Master Plan Process and overall capacity expansion purpose.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, Commissioners. Thanks for your time today. Again, I'm Brooks Jordan, District Manager with Wyoming State Parks. Today we have Dan Marty, Park Superintendent at Buffalo Bill State Park with us. And we're just going to take a few minutes of your time, give you an update as to where we are with the upcoming master plan process for Buffalo Bill State Park. And also touch briefly on some of the capacity expansion efforts that we've undertaken in the last year or so at the park. And I think we'll start there. There should be a few minutes left over for some questions of our time today. So, as you know, we had a public informational meeting last summer to meet with the public and engage with some of the citizens throughout the county about some of our efforts to expand capacity. Over the past 2 years, starting in 2019 to 2020, we've seen about a 35% increase in visitation at Buffalo Bill State Park. And this year in 2020, this past year, we saw another increase over and above that. Part of the plan for expanding our capacity was to add some temporary campsites in several locations throughout the park, one of which was, as you may have heard, Bartlett Lane, which was a pretty contentious issue there for a brief time. And after the public informational meeting we held last August, we decided to forego any camping expansion in the Bartlett Lane area. Some of the topics of discussion at that meeting, though, from the public included where other suitable locations would be to expand camping capacity. Some of which the public was generally amenable to were what we call Stagecoach, which is South Shore Drive, and then also the North Fork Campground, where we have existing campsites. So we began a process earlier last year and installed a total of 56 RV campsites in a couple of different locations at the park and 18 tent-only campsites at the park. We also have, based on some of our capacity expansion efforts, purchased some tiny cabin units, which are basically like a camp shack on skids. They're dry, they don't have electricity or water, and they're on skids right now. You may have seen them if you've driven up to North Fork. They're staged at Shreve Lodge, if I'm not mistaken. We don't have plans to place those yet without engaging some of our other stakeholders, but we've begun that process already. In fact, Dan has reached out to more than 10 private businesses up the North Fork and in and around Cody to gauge their feelings about our expansion efforts and also in particular the camping cabins. Maybe somewhat surprisingly, most of the feedback we received has been positive. In fact, most of it I would classify as neutral. People didn't have any concerns either way or much of any concerns, some of the feedback we received was positive. Hey, we think that's a good idea, that kind of thing. And I'll let Dan speak to that in a minute about some of the specific businesses that he made contact with. But so again, we have 11 of the tiny camping cabins or camp shacks, as we call them, staged at the Shreve Lodge parking area. And we don't have specific plans to deploy those until we engage the stakeholders more in North Fork and in and around the county. Now that transitions us into talking about our upcoming master plan process for the park. We just found out this morning that we're about a week or two away from issuing an RFP to hire a consultant to lead the master plan process for us. That's something standard that we do. In addition to the master plan, we have to jump through all the same hoops for the BOR, for the Bureau of Reclamation, to produce a product that both satisfies our requirements for a master plan, but also a resource management plan that's specifically required by the Bureau of Reclamation. consultant has a lot of experience doing that for us. We've used some in the past for the Boyson Master Plan and RMP, also the Sinks Canyon Master Plan and RMP, for example. So we should be a couple weeks out from today for issuing that RMP to hire a consultant for the master plan. Now, fast forward a few weeks or a few months after that, we'll receive the proposals, we'll make a decision and issue the contract to a consultant sometime later this spring. And it looks like this summer will be the prime time for us to kick off the master plan process for the park. And we will be engaging stakeholders from the private sector. We'll be speaking with groups like the Park County Outdoor Recreation Collaborative. Some of you are familiar with that group. Be working with some of our other state and federal partners, and of course keep you in the loop as well. Keep you advised of where we're headed. Should let you know the results and also allow you an opportunity to weigh in and have a voice in the process.
Okay, I guess that's the question I have, Brooks, is would we be have a seat at the table at these meetings?
Absolutely.
Planning, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I already, are you through?
Yes.
Okay.
Good time for questions.
But my question is, explain to me, there's always two sides to everything. So explain to me your standard of operating procedure when it comes to communication with the 7 districts, and especially this district, as far as State Park Recreation Commissioner, which, be honest with you, I think it's been held out of the loop, or at least that's his side of the story. So how, I mean, those concerns came to me and I believe other commissioners. So how are we working on that communication and how that happened?
I don't want to speak, Madam Chairman and Commissioner, I don't want to speak for Commissioner Schmalz. I don't know if I could do that today, but what I can tell you now about our communications with him and all the rest of our commissioners statewide is that we reach out to them weekly and give them updates as to what's going on. I spoke to Commissioner Schmalz about 2 weeks ago, and he's on my agenda to call tomorrow prior to the commission later this week.
He's definitely involved in this phase as well. So
he is, yeah, we keep him in the loop on a weekly basis. He either talks to myself or one of our deputy directors. As you know, he has also participated somewhat in the Park County Outdoor Recreation Collaborative process, and we've always made an effort to invite him to keep him involved.
How long do you think the planning process, what does that usually take for you all?
Sure. So typically from start, Madam Chairman, forgive me. Typically from start to finish, it takes anywhere from 6 to 9 months. But early on, we issue press releases. We have typically set up an online portal to receive feedback, put out surveys, develop a stakeholder group and a steering committee, and hold regular meetings. But typically start to finish, especially because of the RFP component for the Bureau of Reclamation, it takes anywhere from 6 to 9 months.
Thank you.
I know this might be, no one has the answers to this, but do you see the increase in visitation as an artificial bump because of COVID? Do you anticipate this? Again, it's a crystal ball, but do you anticipate this a continued interest in this, in staying in State Park?
Sure, Madam Chairman, Commissioner Livingston. I don't see it as an artificial bump. I think it was something that was long overdue. It was certainly kickstarted by the pandemic. But it's much like the real estate market. Maybe things were cruising along for a while, and then all of a sudden, boom. In similar fashion, we don't necessarily see a downturn in the future. We have had 2 years of sustained growth, and prior to that, we've seen sustained growth, but not to the level that we did going from into 2020. Again, we saw a 35% increase in visitation statewide, and more specifically at Buffalo Bill State Park, 35% increase in visitation, and we sustained that in 2021 and even added to that a little bit.
Well, even years before COVID kicked in, State Park, I got 99 campsites. I keep them full every night. And people come to visit or at our feed booths, we'd be directing it to other places like on the roads, at YDI and other places. Wow, we keep it full, like the before the pandemic kicked in, which is 99 sites. That's all the park has.
Dan, could you talk about a little bit about your occupancy rate in the summertime in particular?
And you gotta know, you live up North Fork still, you go by there, you see how, when we get North Fork campground closed in winter time, because the use in the winter time is not that high. So keep the Lake Shore campground open. But visitation kicks in about May, you know. And correlates pretty strongly with the Yellowstone National Park when they get openings there. We start getting bookings, and that's when people start showing up. And usually around 1st of June, that's when we start filling up full. Especially since we went to Five Senior Park is before 2 years ago in 2020, we went to 100% reservations. But prior to that, we were about 1/3 of the park was strictly reservation, rest and first come, first served. It was hard to keep it full. And when people show up, they come to the booth and we'd be able to fill up the park just by pass or by. Once that total reservation started up, as you know, we were close to 5 million visitors this last year at Yellowstone. People plan ahead, so they just fill in our park prior to get to Yellowstone. They want to make reservations. But what I strongly saw was when I drive through my campgrounds, I see 10, 11, 12 Wyoming license plates in my campground. That's all. The rest are out of state. And I'm a Wyoming boy. I grew up in Cody, all this. I want to see more Wyoming folks in the Wyoming State Park. So what I did, Brooks let me do it a few years ago. I put 16 sites on just a 14-day reservation for the people who want to go camping last minute. And I know I can still keep full with people that are driving down the highway, filling up every night. We're still filling up every night, especially from mid-June, late August, we're 100% occupancy, especially the electric sites. When electric or not, you know, those who develop folks come down the highway. But visitation at this park is going up, and I don't see it as a bump at our park, just because the number of sites we have. If you look how many people are parking on the parking lot each side, it's definitely an overflow. And as I'm sure one of your concerns is state government competing against private. I'm sure it's probably one of your big concerns. That's one of mine as an administrator as well. But like I said, we send folks everywhere else as well. There's definitely a need out there. But I want to see more of these folks in the campgrounds. We get a lot of tourists. We are like 60 to 70% non-residents in our campground. We got parts like boys, and it's the other way around. Our location.
Madam Chair, I apologize if I missed some of this in the presentation. How many of these little cabins did you say you have?
Madam Chairman, Commissioner Keel, 11.
11. And forgive me, but I mean, going through the process, if we get a lot of public feedback on competing with the private sector, doesn't it kind of put that cart before the horse? Where did they come from? And why are they already built when we don't know for sure? Is this just a formality or going to put them in regardless?
No, we will not put them in regardless. If we receive feedback that guides us in a different direction or an overabundance of concern from the community and other stakeholders, then we have the ability to move them to something else. And that was essentially planned that way. And to answer your question more specifically, we had a very short turnaround time to utilize some of the CARES funds that was allocated for some of our capacity expansion efforts. We had a short turnaround time to plan and implement and spend that money. And one of the strategies we used was capacity expansion via the camping cabins. So we took a very good educated guess as to how many would be appropriate for Buffalo Bill State Park. In contrast, we have about 12 at Boyson State Park that we're intending on placing there, but 11 at Buffalo Bill State Park. And that's why they're staged. That's why we're going to continue our stakeholder engagement.
They are mobile.
They're mobile. They're on skids. Yeah, we can load them up on a trailer and haul them to Boyson or elsewhere. If that's the result.
You talked about earlier about your reaching out, your talking to stakeholders. What were the campgrounds? What was the feedback you got back from the campgrounds?
If you'd like to give you a list of who everybody I contacted, I'm still trying to contact more. A lot of folks just Sorry if I'm not addressing you guys right, Madam Chairman, sir. Still learning this process.
We're pretty formal or informal.
I appreciate it, Mike, yeah. But I just didn't want the same thing to happen, like part of my weather cabin. So I suggested, and Brooks is ready to listen to this stuff, and we approaching these different RV campgrounds and cabins, and I still plan on approaching more. Like I said, I was surprised in how everybody's feeling. I was able to contact 12 of them, I tried to call a lot of folks, a lot of them are get general manager, get the owner, talk to them, get their aspects, and I'll leave messages for the owners to get call me back, and I don't hear back from them, but I still want to reach out to them. So over half of them talk to the owners. And like I said, I was surprised at how well y'all have taken how we're looking at expanding possibly. Cabins, well, a lot of them are looking, like you said, 5 million visitors. A lot of them feel that's a surplus. I did have one, as you mentioned, this might be about possibly what would be, they feel there might be possibly dilution if we add more sites, if that bump is real and disappears. I had one other one that they're Show Lodge, they are on the national forest, they deal with the government, so they know what we have to do with as well. But the biggest take I got out of all the folks I talked with is experience. Show Lodge, Dorothy Mountain Lodge. I asked if they sell the experience. Every one of them has a different experience. What I'm learning when I talk to Ponderosa, Buffalo Jump, they do all the trout ranch. Yeah. They also have experience, sheep herd wagons, teepees. And that's what we do back at the state park. We sell a different experience what they have. They felt like we're not a direct competition. But we are in ways, but we're not. This is experience. So.
One good thing about it, start getting some of that lodging tax from you.
That one I don't understand. Still, I understand where they're made. See, talking about taxes, I just can't figure out now.
You're not alone.
Well, it's a lot different than the last time cabins were proposed. I mean, there was pitchforks and torches. It wasn't, that wasn't happening, and it didn't happen, right? So it's good to know that you've reached out and that we've.
I want to continue reaching out.
Feedback to the positive one.
Do you think your flexibility in the future, as you get your plan and decide to use the cabins because of today's market and maybe the bump, maybe everything will continue fine. But if it were to drop off, do you believe there's enough flexibility that then they could be moved out?
Madam Chairman, absolutely. We have the ability to close a campground. We have the ability to move temporary cabins that are on skids and adjust our offerings to match the market.
I guess I have one other question. You mentioned a teepee area, tent camping area. Is that reservation only also?
None of these temporary sites are on the reservation system. And honestly, if we ever get that campground made into a permanent campground, I need to leave some on first come, first served just for the following folks, in my opinion. That's why I supported the Barton Lane campground. Is, as you know, a lot of our tours are on the North Fork Highway. That's how the access shows. That's where we get most of our out of state folks stay. We had a campground on the South Fork side. I see a lot of locals using it, be more out of the way than for the tourists. And I think that was the first come, first served. A good place for our locals to go to. That's right. Been doing this 37 years. That's my feeling that it worked really well here.
Any other questions, concerns, thoughts? Thank you for giving us the update and look forward to being part of the process. I would also ask you to keep an eye on the Kent land use plan. We signed a contract this morning. We'll be moving forward also over the next, ours is about 18 months, so it takes us a little longer. But yeah, if you keep an eye on that for us also.
I would put out there, if you're getting phone calls concerning stuff, you're welcome to give me a call. And my cell phone number is on the record.
And that number is
421-3545. You're welcome to give me a call.
That's what was in the paper.
I said it too fast.
Office number 587.
You notice that issue of mine.
No,
Yeah.
Most of the public has.
they know where to find you.
Madam Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Not quite with the temperature outside, but wait a little bit.
Not tonight.
Thanks, take care. Oh, yeah.
Oh, thank you.
That is the email that I thought.
Just waste paper.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
I heard it good.
Yeah, at least you got the fun.
I like big
Sandy
print.
actually did.
I like big bold print, sorry.
She did put a lot of color.
It was a slap together, so if you have any questions, just ask.
So good. Kind of a summary of the business for me.
Remind me, Brian, Sandy, is this a year, do we do this yearly or was our, okay.
The contract to replay, you can say, because it's been in place for a while, but
Yeah.
it was extended a couple times.
We put, the ones that are in place, well, they're not in place, they've expired.
Yeah.
They were put in place for the year 2018, and as long as no prices changed, if they didn't, we extended the 1 year. we
Yeah,
took
that's
that
what I
off.
was getting.
And that's all it is, so we're still at the same prices, that blue column 2021, that was the prices set forth in 2018, and we've continued on with them up to this point. So the orange is Keel's proposed numbers, and two tough guys is in green, proposed numbers.
So,
And then with that, the opportunity to extend the contract is for how long with this underneath, provided both parties agree.
See, that's,
It's not-
that's part of
It's
mine.
automatic
It's a
every year.
rebid, yeah,
We-
starting over.
Have we considered putting a 5-year?
That's entirely up to the board. You are welcome to add anything you'd like.
I'm right, I think
But
we
this
get more
was
out.
bid out
maybe
as
a
1 year.
Fuel adjustment clause or something.
I'm just saying, they're giving both parties the opportunity to renegotiate on a yearly basis, but the option to renew for 3 years, whatever.
The,
Where I'm going with this.
no, Madam Chair, I understand where you're going with it, but that wasn't what they were given. I don't believe it'd be fair to do that today.
Okay, the RFP didn't. include
Yeah, this was, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
But what we asked for was a
1 year.
bid.
Correct.
And so I don't think that we could say, okay, we're gonna hold you to this for 3 years without negotiating with them. But I understand your request is, should we in the future make it a 3-year, an option to go to a 3 or 5 year contract?
it was, and then we went down to 1 year. So it's entirely up to the board as to what you would like to pursue.
Also, Madam Chair, just similar to like, we're at the point of renegotiating our contract with City of Cody. You get into these, 8-year, 10-year contracts and whatnot. It's a little different because fuel's not as much of a factor on that, but when you get into long-term contracts, and fuel's involved, you're on the other side, you're gonna want some sort of an escalator, or fuel adjustment clause or something. But just, we can definitely think about that moving forward.
Yeah, if I could, I mean, it's a considerable increase over what we have been paying. So we need to readjust our fees. But we haven't here.
Something I guess we could weigh in, I asked Sandy because I knew this would come up, she went back and looked at just what this means to our budget. I think like ballpark last year was 24.5 that we paid Kill. We're looking at probably doubling that is what we're talking, big strokes. Will that break us up where we're at on the rates? I'm gonna say probably not, but it's definitely, all these things add up, definitely, we're all paying for fuel, we're paying a lot. So all of our budget items going up. So it's definitely something we need to keep an eye on our rates moving forward.
So do you want to review that in May, like as we get closer to budget time, let's review that.
It's something we probably ought to address.
Okay. We'll just make a note to get that reviewed in a work session or something in May as we get closer to budget time. Well, know that this is to finally consider the awarding the contract for the roll-out services with the prices that came in this morning.
Yeah, and I would say, I guess staff's recommendation is that we go ahead and continue at these new rates with, enter into an agreement with Kill Sanitation at the new rates, at least for this next year. That's be what we can budget for going into the next budget. And, in fairness, fuel is way up, labor's way up. And that's, I think those margins are what we're seeing in everything else. So it's high, but it's kind of the world we live in now. There's other options that we can talk about down the road. I'll let you internalize some of that. Some of those aren't real popular discussions, but we won't go there right now.
I'm sure I'll make a motion that we approve steel.
Second.
Executive to approve deal in a 1 year at the rates proposed this morning. Any further discussion? Now, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
I have not, other than these from update,
Who's that?
Leland Christensen. Former senator, former commissioner, former sheriff. He's in ICU with COVID right now.
Has been a long.
He's the deputy secretary of Homeland Security.
Well,
Oh, he did leave, yeah, that's right, he left.
works for Senator Lomas running the
Yeah.
state. You just didn't
There
know.
they are again. Good grief.
That's fine.
He'll be here after. He's got it.
One of them, you should tell them they need to put you all in one line.
That's pretty limited.
I know, you know the.
That's why she spread it all out.
Oh, is that why she spreads them all out? So he has to come and go. I said, he knows the lady in charge. She should put all his in.
Yesterday,
Oh,
I
yes.
solved the chair problem, we'll do it, but if we put EA logos on the chair, is that okay?
Madam Chair.
Might be an issue.
The many other surveyors that come in might be affected by that.
Well, they can chip
Put
in.
a thing out where they can use by two chairs.
Yeah, all right.
I'll work on that.
Sponsors.
I'll get all the
Donation.
companies.
One thing about
The
it,
ones that have to use them.
at least you don't have to sit there all day like I sit here all day.
Yeah, you can pick your
Yeah.
favorite, that favorite comes
I
from.
know. Gotta get in here early for it.
Yeah.
Make him trade you. He already got
Makes me
sit
sit
in
on
it
a wooden
once
chair.
today.
Are you expecting anybody else on this? No? Totally else no. Okay, I think we can go ahead, it's not a public hearing. This would be the final plat for Patriot Major Subdivision.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. We received an application for a final plat for the Patriot Major subdivision on December 1, 2021. We are looking at allowing the applicant to develop a 13 lot major subdivision consisting of lots varying in size from 1 acre to 2.14 acres, each for residential use. The proposed subdivision will vacate lot 11 of the total subdivision and redivide it. Property owners are Jim Nicholson and Sarah Nicholson. And this property is located approximately 1 mile west of the city of Powell and approximately 0.65 miles north of Highway 14A on the east side of County Road 11. Located in the GRP zoning district, and the lot sizes that are proposed are consistent with the GRP zoning district. Surrounding land uses are primarily residential and agricultural. The land is level, vacant, and currently irrigated as agricultural use. Municipal review within 1 mile of Powell city limits has been done. City of Powell reviewed the subdivision plat on February 22nd of 2021 and voted to approve it. A public hearing is not required for final plat review with the county commissioners, so no other notices are required. We received no public comments. The county commissioners reviewed the preliminary plat on September 20th, 2021 and approved it with conditions. Those conditions have been met. One being Public Works approved all improvements installed. The final plat has a notice for the Wyoming Farm and Ranch Act. The condition that they shall meet all the requirements which is shown in the irrigation district in the state engineer's office regarding irrigation water has been satisfied. Long-term noxious weed plan has been met. There was a condition for subdivision improvements. The applicant completed the improvements prior to the improvements agreement approval, which was in violation of county regulations and state law. That violation was addressed by the board on January 18th of 2022. The submissions received since the preliminary review was Montana Dakota Utility stated they've completed the gas main line installation. Installation through each lot will be when the property owners are ready to build, and they will extend from the road to their house. Rocky Mountain Power has stated they completed the installation of the electrical backbone system, which is shown in the irrigation district. The applicant has completed all the requirements for the water distribution plan and infrastructure, including a measuring device for the continuance of water to the landowners to the north. PCT has everything installed. They stated that conduit for fiber to the home was installed in open utility trenches by the contractor. Therefore, they cannot be sure if it was installed to their specifications, but it is there for possible future use. Northwest Rural Water stated that installation inspection and all other aspects of the project are complete and meet their requirements. Plat Review Committee reviewed the final plat on December 8th of 2021. We had minor corrections and changes and received revisions on January 25th. Applicable final plat specifications have been met. Supporting documents have been submitted. And we have our findings of fact and just one staff recommendation for a condition. It's so approved. Questions for the board? I'm going to approve major final plat. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Ready to go.
2022.
That's ready for your signature.
Thank you.
Major two.
Yeah, you know how the government is, it takes a little time.
There's another year. You know, but.
Are you back again?
Yes.
Man.
Right after lunch. Frequent
Oh,
flyer.
after lunch.
Did
you make sure that they
No, I wanted to track.
They do go check those.
They
did.
You did, yeah, yes.
I went down and asked the treasurer yesterday.
Wasn't it $12?
21. A few minutes and then we have a couple more interviews. Advisory.
Mr. Jacobs here.
I'm here.
We can get going. Okay. Is there any other applicants that show up? Okay. We have openings. I think we have 2 openings on February. Okay, but they're specific to sportsmen.
One sportsman, one
At large, okay. So we're looking at 2 as we go through this. Welcome.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Would you like to introduce yourself?
My name is Jacob Jarrett. I'm from Powell, born and raised there. I went to school in Chatham State down in Nebraska. I have a range management degree with a minor in wildlife management. So I got a little bit of education background for how this pertainable to this position. I have been on the board for the previous 3 years, serving in the same slot, sportsman slot. Learned a lot. I think that I've been able to bring some, at least some help to the board. We've in the last couple of years, we've been able to successfully lobby the ADMD board on the state level to get the most money that we've ever received up here in Park County. So feel good about the help I was able to do with that. At the last meeting, was elected as board secretary officer board position. So I guess that doesn't matter to you guys a whole lot. If you don't select me, then you'll have to find another one. If you do, I'll be glad to serve in that position and look forward to the opportunity to continue my service on that board.
Questions?
I have none.
I'm gonna have one standard for everybody. As you know, we have actually several applicants, not several forward, I believe. So tell me your position of the importance of non-lethal procedures for predators.
I think it's definitely a huge tool in the toolbox of predator management, especially this day and age. I think that there's that's an activity that is and could potentially be under more scrutiny in the future. From the public, optic on killing animals. So anything that we can do with non-lethal, I mean, as long as it's helping out the wildlife, the actual predator problem, the wildlife, livestock, and if we can keep ourselves, looking like we're using all the correct tools and doing things the right way, that just gives us a better, a favorable view from the public.
So with that, I'm gonna kind of clear off just slightly for help here. I'm gonna let Jacob explain what Park County is doing in the non-lethal direction of, if you can explain to it probably better than I can. And I missed the meeting where we did liaison reports, so I'm gonna take advantage of Jacob here to fill you in on we have actually 2 trailer units.
Yeah, so, and the other thing that I didn't mention in my first little blurb about that, there's a large amount of money, federal money that's out there that's accessible by predator districts for non-lethal, and any money that management takes money. So any money that we can get our hands on helps. Also, it is an effective tool. So the wildlife services at the state level was able to access some federal money that was specifically to be used for non-lethal means of predator control. That can be hazing, keeping animals away. It can be fencing. It can be carcass removal. It can mean a lot of things, non-lethal. So what we did with that money in our county, in our board, we decided that we could build a couple of deterrent devices. So what these are is basically we bought a couple trailers. We filled it full of generators, electronics, and radios. And so we're making noise. They've got lights, their own timers. A couple of them, we even have flagpoles, so we can have a flag out there. We can have a radio that can come off and on so that predators don't get used to it. Can kind of keep them from depredating on the livestock. So when we were able to get those funds here, I think it was a good chunk of money. It was like $50,000, something like that. So it's a good chunk of money, and we are currently using those trailers here in Park County. One was supposed to go back to Casper and then be shared around the state through the wildlife services in different counties. We just talked to the state director at the last meeting, and he said that we can have both trailers up here. So we're going to be able to park those out wherever we've got, on North Fowl, we've got a lot of wintering sheep there, and wintering cattle in other places. So that's just another tool that we were able to build here and access some extra money to have a new tool. And also I work at the weed and pest, Park County Weed and Pest over there too. So when all this came up, Wildlife Services doesn't really have a shop. They have kind of an office and a storage unit. So I was able to talk to my board at the Weed and Pest, and they allowed us to use our shop facility, welder, and things like that to build these trailers. So I just personally thought that was a great thing to do. 2 special districts that can kind of leverage some county monies together to help everybody. So.
Is there any particular radio program that
Yeah,
The morning show.
But actually they did find that they were having a lot better luck with talk shows.
Okay.
The human voice rather than singing seemed to work longer. Yeah, apparently the pilots like the heavy metal. It just makes them hungry. So something kind of neat and new that we're doing, and so able to be a part of that too.
Any other questions? How much time do you put in?
Time on this board, it's gonna be a lot more now that I'm a secretary treasurer, so I'll have to be doing the preparing the budget and things. We only meet a few times. It's not very often. I personally stay in contact with the director here and the field staff, just because I'm kind of interested in what they do. When we built that trailer, I probably put 40 hours just into being there and helping build that trailer on my own time. But beyond that, it's a few hours here and there of casual conversations that I'd be having anyways, and then taking the time to be at the meetings every year. So it's a handful of hours.
How do you make decisions as far as like where the trailer would be deployed?
So that's we pretty much left that up to our field staff for wildlife services, and it's need based. So if there's a problem, then it's mobile. We can move it there. So we let those guys handle it. They know what they're doing. They're in touch with all the producers and all the cooperators. So the board hasn't really had a strong feeling on where and when that trailer should go somewhere yet.
Thank you. Anything else? Yes, we appreciate your service today.
Thank you, Chairman.
Madam Chair, have a good day.
Let's see if Clint's out there.
Rock on.
Wouldn't have thought about radio.
Or,
Yeah.
I used to use flashing lights for bears. Those help. They help more than a lantern.
Glad you hit on the importance of funding, because they would be coming to us as a county requesting.
We have your application for the Program Management Advisory Board under the at-large position. So if you would start out by just telling us a little bit about yourself and your interest in the board.
Well, my name's Clint Griffiths. I got a little fencing company in Powell. I been working around here. I did a little rodeo when I was younger, but pretty much grew up around here, Lovell, Powell area. And I was interested in the board. I've been going to a couple of meetings, and I'm kind of an outdoorsman anyway. And just thought it could be an asset to the board.
Have you served on any other commissions or boards in Park County in the past? Or
No, not really.
questions from the board?
Where does your interest in treasure management come from?
Well, I do a lot of hunting. I do mostly a lot of coyote hunting. But I just think we should have a little bit. I'm just an outdoor enthusiast, I guess, and I am interested in getting a little bit more involved in the predator board.
Thank you.
Thanks for applying. Explain to me, if you're familiar with, and or if you're not, that's fine too, but either way, give me your opinion, the importance of non-lethal predator management as far as our county.
From what I understand, there's lethal and then there's non-lethal. Lethal is mostly the shooting and the killing of the predators, the management of that. There's also non-lethal, which is the different kind of funding for like the trailers or some of the other things that just don't necessarily have to do with either the flying or the buying any weapons or ammunition for coyotes or any other predators. And they need that funding as well as the other funding. I'm still fairly new to this, so if I sound like a moron, I kind of am. I just recently been going to predator board meetings. I got a lot to catch up on. But and by all means, if you guys find somebody that's better qualified for this, that's fine. I got a million things going on anyway. My main deal is I'm getting old enough to where I can kind of start serving on public committees and boards like this. I like being outdoors and hunting and whatnot. And I think someone local should be on this board. There's getting to be a lot of out-of-staters, people who move in from, I'll just say it, from back east, who probably don't have the same ideas as most of the local people. And yeah, I have a lot to learn, but I think I can contribute more of a local idea to the board and the predator board.
You kind of answered the question of time availability. You know when they meet. You've been to a couple of their meetings, so there's interest there. So unless the board has any other questions,
No.
We'll just take it under advisement. You know that there's 3 or 4 candidates. We're looking at 2 positions at large and sportsman, applying for the at large position. So we'll see how the rest of the day goes, and we'll let you know.
All righty.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thanks,
Thank you
Mike.
for
Good
applying.
seeing you guys. Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you.
Where are we going?
We're off till after lunch. After lunch is going to be Yeah. Okay, it's 1:15. First thing on our agenda this afternoon is a public hearing to consider appeals of the Park County Engineer's decision to grant administrative relief from certain Park County road design and construction standards to the applicant of the proposed Jody Lane minor subdivision, MS 63. So with that, I would open the public hearing and I would request that we have 3 appeal notices that are in the timeframe. We will certainly hear from all 3 of those people. Request that you don't repeat too much of what the person ahead of you says if we receive that information. So with that, I would ask Wes Whitlock. Come on up to the table, and if you do speak, if you would state your name for the record, please.
My name's Russ Whitlock. I assume that all of you have gone through what I submitted as an objection and are familiar with it. I'm a contractor, a developer, and a consultant. I'm here today to object to the Park County Engineer's willingness to grant administrative relief to the proposed MS 63 subdivision at the north end of Jody Lane. For me, today is about integrity. I believe that mine, as well as that of Park County development standards, are being challenged in a thinly veiled attempt to make Park County and the residents of Jody Lane subsidize a project that doesn't make economic sense and opens everyone associated to future liability. Today, I hold in my hands Park County development standards as they pertain to road and bridge standards within the county. To me, being a contractor, this represents a contract between the residents of Park County and elected officials and appointed officials in the county. My opinion, but that's the life, style of life that I live. That's why I look at it that way. I also hold 2 reports in my hands from engineers. They contain a lot of facts, quite a bit of truth, but as well, they contain what I view as convenient and misleading fabrications. Number 1, the conflict that is stated in the report with existing irrigation and structures, I believe to be false. If you will go to Exhibit E, the pylons there that I put out are measured off of the fence to the west 30 feet. The road requirements is 24 foot. That would leave a buffer at the side of 6 foot off of that fence. We've done further measurements this morning, Mr. Crawford, and the average off of that, he will give it to you when he stands up here, is 42.75 feet to the ditch. So I don't in any way see where there's conflict, where what is stated in these reports by the engineers is valid, that there can't be a road and that there is conflicts with irrigation and irrigation structures. Number two, past administrative relief. I understand that it was given once before I got there. It is true that I did do a subdivision, and you all are aware of the facts of how I was forced into that. It is a subdivision. I met with Brian out there, but I also met with my neighbors. My neighbors did not want that road upgraded, and we all agreed there that we would not pursue that. Now, if that's administrative relief, I guess we can call it that if that's what everybody likes, but there is no documentation that I ever received any type of administrative relief for the road down Jody Lane that I'm aware of, and that's stated in my report. If it's stated or it's signed somewhere, more than happy to look at it and admit to it that I received it. But part of what we're trying to justify this road not being upgraded and held to county standards is the fact that we have granted administrative relief twice in the past. So why not grant it again? If we continue down this road, Park County will be nothing but a menagerie of twisted messes of roads and potholes. As for number three, the low traffic volume. I guess you do see Exhibit D, which is my agreement. They're going back to two past administrative relief. Exhibit D pertains to the agreement I had with the landowners who were present at the time of my subdividing at the end of Jody Lane. There's a signed document in the county that states that they did not want to make the road appear as a huge public thoroughfare. Next, number three, low traffic volume. I understand by the reports that we set a trail cam up out there for 2 days to gather information. So I'm not even sure that that's a legal precedence to be set using a trail cam for 2 days. The Park County standards clearly indicate here that all of us, as we develop the county, are to be looking forward for 20 years and the impact that our developments will have in the future, not 2 days with a trail cam in the middle of December. That is ludicrous. If you take and you look at example G, this is the Callan West subdivision, just a half mile north of Jody Lane. It is a 15-lot subdivision. It presently has 5 homes on it. Now, were we to set up the same trail cam system in this subdivision, which I mind you is paved and is developed to the county standards, perhaps we all should pool our money together and give the Callan developers their money back for the pavement they installed. My question is, if we're going to develop, why is it that one subdivision has to pave and we're not looking far enough in advance to the potential development on Jody Lane and at least holding it to the same standard? That's why I disagree. I think it's terribly unwise. So I'm going to answer whatever questions you may have.
Questions from the board at this time? Wilson Crawford?
My name is Wilson Crawford, and I live at 12 Jody Lane. My real question was a couple of things. We talked about the easement that went down in front of my house, that it was not sufficient to put in a 24-foot road. So I went out and did a survey, and the only obstacle that I could see was the ditch. So every 75 feet, I ran and take from basically the east boundary of the easement to the edge of the ditch. I took the average of all those measurements. I took 16 of them, and the average was 42 feet of width. It seems to me that we get a 24-foot road paved down a 42-foot open easement. the thing I guess I'm a little concerned about is if development goes through and there are people that buy the lots that are at the end of this road, which is about 6/10 of a mile long, do they know that they are buying into a substandard road? In other words, are they going to be told that perhaps in the future you have liability for paving this road? Or is this a deal that once it's done, it's done? And any other development that goes on is just free and clear, and all of a sudden you have 20 houses on a dead-end road that is just, basically a dirt track out there. That's what it's going to turn into. I just wonder if the people buying the lots in this new subdivision really know what they're buying. And I've always had one question. I mean, we put in a counter, which wasn't legal. I mean, you're not allowed to do it. A dead-end road has twice as much traffic per house than a road that goes to two different outlets. So when we start talking about putting houses on a dead-end road, we're talking about traffic volumes that are basically could be as much as twice what a normal road that has an inlet and an outlet, like Patriot, for example, has got 24 houses or whatever it is. But they can come in one side and go out the other. You don't have that opportunity on a dead-end road. And I wonder if the county standards, and I don't know what they exactly are, take that into account. So I think, if we're gonna make things all equal, we should make things all equal as written in code. And there are two subdivisions, basically, that butt up against the new proposed subdivision. They've got all paved roads. And I see no reason at all why the new road going down Jody Lane shouldn't also be paved, because it's exactly the same situation as these other subdivisions that they're adjacent to. And so that's the only thing I wanted to say at this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Fulton and Madison Hudson.
She had to work today, she won't be here.
Okay, those are the written appeals that we received. Mr. Schatz.
Madam Chair, Cody Schatz with Engineering Associates. Want to clarify a few comments there. I understand there's more than one engineer in the room. On the traffic count, I guess I didn't do as good of a job of explaining of how we did the traffic count. So we did a traffic count, Engineering Associates performed a traffic count on Jody Lane from December 3rd through December 12th. We knew, looking at the weather forecast, that it was going to snow, so we couldn't use our typical, we have a metro count, those rubber cross the road things. We couldn't use that typically. What we do on other roads, we use that, but when it goes to snow, one, those things don't work very well when they freeze, and two, snow plows wipe them out. So we decided to do two trail cams. We did one at the beginning of Jody Lane and one at the beginning of Three Sisters subdivision. And we did it for more than a week. And when we got our counts, there was definitely some counts that there were some low counts each day, but there was also, we picked the highest count that we had, and that was six one-way per day on a developed lot is what we picked, 6 ADT is what we had. And if you look at the records from the Public Works, they actually had other records around the area that show that they had a little bit less than the count that we had. And what we kind of figured out on that is we picked, a couple weeks before Christmas, so there was a lot of delivery trucks and everything else on that road during that time. Plus, my client had more traffic counts than anybody else on that road, and I do have pictures back up that data of what vehicles are going there. And so, yeah, we didn't count the the lots that didn't have it, but we counted to try to figure out if they were all developed, what the traffic count would be. And it does show that as the further you get away from Cody, that the traffic isn't as much as 10 trips or one-way trips per day per lot. So just want to clarify on the traffic count, that's what we did. I know that these guys don't think it was legal, and there isn't really a wrong way or right way, as long as it's counted and it's done in a fashion that it can be repeatable, which we could do repeat again the way we did it compared to the rubber counters. Talking about the width of the road, I know they had a lot of discussions about the width of the road on existing Jody Lane. We do understand that there is room to fit, you know, a 24-foot gravel surface on there, but you still have to put ditches and side slopes of that. So if you look at Russ's Exhibit E, if you look at on the east side of that, you've got power boxes. So now the power boxes will need to move if you want to try to stay away from the ditch. And so we didn't really talk about power boxes. We just talked about the ditch a little bit on that. Yes, you could probably fit something in there. But the biggest discussion, I guess, on this is, you know, I have the Park County rules and regs too, and I understand what each of the rules are also, but where we had, because we talked about this from day one when Brett brought this into the county, we talked about what this road was going to be like. And when we looked at how Three Sisters built the road, they did not build it to the county rules and regs that Russ keeps talking about. Because at the end of the road, there should have been a cul-de-sac, 100-foot wide gravel cul-de-sac, which even with the way the plat is filed with Three Sisters, it's not fit in there currently as it speaks. So as we were attacking this issue, we tried to work with the neighbors. Brett went out and tried to talk to the neighbors. And then what we finally came up with is if we could provide a little less gravel on the new portion for the Jody Lane minor subdivision and kind of widen the whole road all the way out gravel wise, it could be a win-win for all. That way it balances the gravel that Brett has to put down on his new part of the subdivision, plus it creates a cul-de-sac at the end so emergency vehicles can turn around, and it would also widen this road a little bit. I know they had a lot of talk about their, you know, agreements of not trying to widen the road and everything else, and we understand that, but we try to balance it to try to widen it to 20-foot wide gravel surface. I guess I think that kind of covers to kind of clarify what they talked about. So, but I'd be happy to answer any other questions on the reports that Engineering Associates provided on this.
Yeah. My name is Ben McDonald, I'm the project manager for Park County. Worked on several developments for Jody Lane in the past couple of years. I prepared the original response and had it approved. Brian signed off on the final response, so I just kind of want to go over where we arrived at our letter and maybe dispute some of the things that Mr. Whitlock brought forward. Thank you for the opportunity to respond. I respectfully request that the Board of Commissioners uphold the county engineer's decision to grant administrative relief in question for the Jody Lane minor subdivision. The county engineer has evaluated the roadway on multiple occasions, allowed previous minor and simple subdivisions the use of the road without improvements required. These grantings were based on the fact that the road is adequate to meet the standards set forth in the road and bridge standards. Specifically, the design elements or the major design considerations are safety, grade, profile, road width, design speed, sight distance, topography, drainage, and the maneuverability, braking and performance of heavy-duty vehicles. Precedent is defined as an earlier event or action that is regarded as an example or guide to be considered in subsequent similar circumstances. In considering precedent for Jody Lane, the outcome that was provided to Mr. Russ Whitlock is actually the precedent for that road at this time. The road was determined to be suitable for the proposed Three Sisters minor subdivision based on road condition, road safety, and right-of-way width. Paving was determined to be impractical since no road maintenance agreement existed and for other reasons that I will discuss later. For this subdivision, the Jody Lane minor, a traffic study was requested and performed, and the county engineer was provided with satisfactory evidence that the traffic count is not and will not be in the 100 vehicle per day range, that ADT which triggers the paving, based on actual counts. He also verified traffic counts on nearby subdivision roads to perform his due diligence before accepting this independent traffic study. The parties appealing this decision did not retain a professional firm to perform a separate and independent traffic study for consideration. We don't know why. If you consider all subdivision roads and named subdivision roads serving multiple subdivisions in the South Fork area, the only precedent is this. There are approximately 35 subdivision roads and private roads in the South Fork area similar in nature to Jody Lane. So we're talking plus or minus from that 7 AGT up to, or 7 lots up to like 20 lots. Of those developments, 3 have been paved on the entire South Fork, 3. Those 3 developments are developed by the same person, Mr. Jeff Kruger. Those are Miller Park, which was done in 2003, Callan West, which was done in 2004, and Diamond View, which was in 1996. No others have been paved by developers since 2004. When considering the paving standard, the county has consistently recommended paving when a major route subdivision is done as a single development when the developer has the ability to establish a roadway, subdivision covenants, and road improvement agreements all in one shot. When considering the paving standard, the county has consistently granted administrative relief to the paving standard on subdivision roads that are used for multiple developments, such as this case. We do not have a good road improvement agreement, are not fully dedicated to the public, and if the road is demonstrated to meet the major design considerations of safety, grade, profile, road width, design speed, sight distance, topography, drainage, and maneuverability, braking, and performance of heavy vehicles. Several examples of these subdivision roads that meet the same criteria are Douglas Drive, Whitney Drive, Foothills Drive, Starview Drive, Davis Draw Road, Bear Creek Road, Beverly Drive. We could go on and on. I have a list of the roads on the South Fork. There's 35 of them, and it has the paving. I can provide that for whoever would like a copy of that to show which roads are paved. There are 2 other roads on the South Fork. One is Sunburst that the county has maintenance of that for some reason they chip sealed about the first half mile or more. And the remainder of that serving over 17 lots is a gravel road. Also Castle Rock Road is recently chip sealed by a private party. Jody Lane, as we discussed previously, has been used for the development of 3 subdivisions in total to date. Each development has not individually met the 10 lot requirements for paving, but collectively have reached the threshold where paving should be considered. This is not clearly defined in our standards as how you address the multi-use when the road use finally meets this defined number. But it is defined in our standards that all users of the road should be financially obligated to construct the road. The applicant for Jody Lane Minor Subdivision 63 discussed this with Park County Public Works staff during a pre-application meeting where they are informed that the potential for paving the surface was real, but that administrative relief was an available request should the burden of paving be considered worthy of a granting of administrative relief. In this case, it has been determined by this office that a paved surface is not reasonable and practical for the following reasons. Number 1, maintenance and repair costs of pavement is higher than the maintenance and repair of gravel roadways. Maintenance agreements for the existing portion of the road do not formally exist. Upkeep of a paved roadway would be extremely difficult and expensive. Because the full length of the roadway is not dedicated to the general public, portions of the paved roadway would remain unprotected from damages such as open cuts for irrigation line repairs, infrastructure and utilities, cleaning of irrigation ditches, etc. By unprotected, it's implied that the landowners or utility companies would not be required to permit with Park County before disturbing the pavement. As it relates to county roads or public road, utilities and infrastructure must be bored under the paved surface, unless a bore is not able to be accomplished. Existing and anticipated traffic along Jody Lane does not justify a paved surface at this time. Independent traffic analysis was completed, approved, and that is what the basis for the acceptance was. That's really all I have to say, but I really hope that we support Brian's decision on this.
They did such a good job, it's hard to follow. Oh, I am Brian Edwards, County Engineer, Public Works Department. Only the bottom why we're here today. So I thought I'd give a little, they did a good job of kind of the basis for our decision. I want to give a little bit of a historical preference, if you will. I'll try to go as quick as I can.
So originally, I kind of want to emphasize that all this goes back to a period of 22 years. And Mr. Whitlock mentioned that we should be planning ahead, having that those standards as it relates to a 20-year plan. So in this period of dating back to 1999, so roughly 22 years, here's all what went down. So the property surrounding Jody Lane, basically you're talking 160 acres. You've got, if you imagine, 4 quadrants that are a quarter section, and each of those quarters. So the only one thing that's really remained fairly consistent is that southwest quarter that's owned by the Bells. That's kind of remained that way. Originally, the surrounding property, which is now Jody Lane, involved a quarter section, 120 acres. Dating back to 199, the southwest quarter was owned by the Bells. The rest, including Brett's property and Russ's property, that's the tie here, Russ's property, and the remaining properties north of Diamond Basin were owned by the Miller family at that time. Curtis Miller, who owned the southeast quadrant, granted access and a utility easement 60-foot wide to the other family members owning properties to the north. This was the origin of what is now Jody Lane, which started roughly 23 years ago. Important to note that the Bells kind of fall out of this whole picture because that easement that was granted is really on that southeast quadrant, and really the Bells do not have legal access to that easement that I could find or was associated. So in 2004, the process was initiated to name Jody Lane, and at that time, Mindy Schumar, Dennis Miller, RH, and Beth Friedman, Ellen Bells, and Bill Oliver all participated in the road naming process. So at that time, there were, and you could again take the Bells out of that, but at that time, not including the Bells, 4 landowners owned the property in the northwest, northeast, and southeast quadrants, so those 40-acre quadrants. In 2004, the Millers split lot 37K, which is the northwest quadrant, into 2 lots. The road was not brought up to standards at that time, or no requirements were enforced on them as far as building that road up. In 2006, Bill Oliver created the Oliver SS 101 subdivision, which essentially put the north 80 acres back to 2 lots. 2008, Bill Oliver broke out lot 101 out of the south half of what was 101, the northwest quadrant. In 2010, Bill Oliver submitted an amended plat to essentially keep the 20-acre lot in the south half of the northwest quadrant. The rest of the 80 acres, which is roughly 60 acres, was combined into a single lot. In June 2009, a similar appeal to today's hearing was brought in front of the commissioners by the Friedmans, who owned tract 37J, which is the northeast quadrant, most of which now is owned by Mr. Ty Whitlock. The Friedmans were wanting to subdivide their property and were requesting administrative relief from their own standards. The county engineer, prior to my time, that's Mr. Dave Keeper, granted administrative relief to the width and paving standards, but denied it for the cul-de-sac. So the cul-de-sac somewhere along the way should have been built, never was. The commissioners at the time upheld that county engineer's decision. A lot of for the same reasons that Ben went through today. Bill and Jody Oliver and Brian Nesbitt entered into a road maintenance agreement back in June 2010, and they were to participate mutually to maintain the road, and that they committed to join agreements with others as new properties were developed. In May 2020, Mr. Russ Whitlock, so not too long ago, split the northeast quadrant into 4 lots. We've been talking about it as a family exemption, would have had to do it if the state didn't change the law. It really doesn't change with what we've ended up with, 4 lots. There's 4 lots, but 2 of those lots could be split, one of them into 3 lots, one of the others could be split into 2 more lots. All of these in the northwest, northeast, and southeast quadrant are zone GR5 that could be split into 5-acre lots. That's important to pay attention to. So no upgrades to the road were required at that time. And like Mr. Whitlock said, we didn't request administrative relief. He stood at my counter. We've known each other a long time. We walked through it to gentlemen, with the situation, and where the whole width came into play is because he introduced it to me. He said it'd be problematic to widen that road because there's irrigation. And this might be against his, but this is the way I remember it. And that there were issues about widening the road because of the irrigation, and that they were happy with it. He had been talking to the neighbors. The neighbors were happy with it the way it was. I said, if your neighbors are happy with it, who am I to interfere and require a lot of my vote? So because there was no opposition and everybody was noted, we went on through, didn't request administrative relief, probably should have, but we did not. Jody Lane currently does not meet those bridge standards, never has. The point that I guess I need to make clear that I'm trying to make is back when Oliver's and the Millers had all that property, it was first established as Jody Lane. Never along the way, that's the point where if you say to go over a 20-year period, think of how many lots that is. I figured currently with Jody Lane, there's 9 lots. Proposed development would increase, the proposed as this current Jody subdivision would increase the total to 12 lots with legal access to Jody Lane. Technically speaking, with considering the current zoning, there's potential for these 12 lots, which is roughly 110 acres, to someday be 22 lots. Does it make sense for the developer of the current 4-acre subdivision or 4-lot subdivision to shoulder the cost burden to improve the road that will benefit the owners of 18 lot or the other 18 lots? And that same question has probably been posed all along the way. Oliver's, how do you recoup them? Our road bridge, this is the most important part that I think a lot of people don't recognize. And I invite everybody to look at page 22 of the road bridge standards. When our road bridge standards were set up, admittedly, the developer pays that upfront cost to improve the road, and then any future lots that are developed and sold back, their respective portion of the upfront cost to improve the road is shared amongst the future developments. Essentially, if you can pay now or you can pay later. If you own one of those lots in the 40 and 120 acres, the northwest, northeast, or southwest quadrants, if way back when with the Millers, if they would have paid to improve that lot, what should have been done didn't. And was it practical then? Probably not. But it formed something with all of those lands to where they pay to improve it up front. And then as things are subdivided, that value of those improvements is included in the cost of those lots if they're sold. So that's one way to do it. The other way is over time, at some point, the road gets developed. They were smart enough to utilize a 60-foot access easement along the way, which is to me the most problematic thing. But again, looking back to it, existing roads that predate current standards are problematic when no existing agreement or mechanism exists for sharing or recovering both capital costs and long-term maintenance costs. Our standards aren't very good about how do you share that burden of long-term maintenance costs. When you start talking about paved roads, chip seal, crack seal, patching, all those things that a paved road requires. Mr. Whitlock is right. Any and all costs of new road construction and new developments are the responsibility of the developer. That part's true. The developer is also responsible for the design, right-of-way acquisition, and construction of new roads, whether public or private, according to the standard. The important part, though, is payback agreements. During the approval process for proposed development, the developer may be required to construct a new road or make improvements to the existing road, which also benefits future development. The Board of County Commissioners may establish a plan for compensation to the original developer whereby subsequent beneficiaries pay a fair share of the use of future benefiting development. The Board of County Commissioners shall determine the equitable distribution of benefits costs. I say all that to say, to put all that burden onto a 4-lot subdivision, when there's been all the precedents that we keep talking about that's already been set, seems unreasonable. This is the kind of thing, just like what happened in Rolling Hills. You get to a point where, yeah, maybe payment is needed, and everybody should share that. That's the way our standards are set up. Those costs should be split into the lots, and everybody that benefits from that should share those costs. The last thing I will say, somewhere along the way, I was a little in error on the width of the road. It's kind of mentioned in my standards. I'm in agreement that the road could be widened. I would like to see it widened. The important part, we keep talking about 24 width. For that standard, which is a residential road standard, it's actually 24-foot surface, 2-foot shoulders either side. And then as Cody Schatz mentioned, you've got drainage ditches, utilities, snow storage. It gets problematic still to fit that road in there. I think some lesser width is appropriate. So I think I'm not as hung up on the width as I am the paving standard. The width, I think, sounds like there's some working together or communication to where that probably can get done. It wouldn't be a bad thing. So I'm not opposed to that. In some matter, it sounds like the developer is not opposed to that.
Quick question, in looking at the picture on exhibit B. So the power boxes are dimensioned and everything on the other side. So if this was originally 60 feet, are those power boxes within the 60 feet?
My understanding, they're within the 60. Nobody can correct that. That's correct.
Any other questions at this time?
Madam Chair, I guess I got a question for Russ, and I'm seeing both in your findings of your facts, number 4, and in the Jody Lane Maintenance Association agreement. It said the residents do not want to give the impression to the public that Jody Lane is used at will by the general public. Wouldn't paving that road give more of an appearance of a public road than leaving it as a gravel road?
It certainly would, and we still, I mean, as far as we go, we can't stop development. I mean, it's a private road for, at that time, when there were 3 families living out there, and we didn't, you know, at that time, as far as I knew, you and Melissa were completely satisfied with their little piece of heaven there, and all Rick Wilson was and I was. The road was sufficient. So we decided we probably needed a maintenance agreement between all of us to put a little gravel on it whenever it needed it. So that's what we came up with, and we decided amongst all of us at the time that we definitely didn't want to make it appear to be a huge public thoroughfare. We still don't, but we can't stop that. I think what we're up against right now is what point do we cross that threshold? As you read in the back of my report, if this thing goes back to a 2-lot subdivision rather than 4, it doesn't cross any county thresholds that require anything more. It still is just gravel. And we're more than willing to participate in some of the gravel on the whole thing. But to start developing and opening the door and not knowing where and when the door closes because of the potential for 22 lots in there, who ends up with the bill of paving, who ends up with the liability of safety as it develops? We know we're in a boom right now in real estate. Everybody's aware of that. It's going to develop, whether it develops now or 20 years from now. But at some point, that road is not, there's no way that it's going to handle that much traffic. So I'm saying, consider the 20 years, and where do we draw the line? Is it today, or do we keep kicking the can down the road?
Yes, sir.
I just want to clarify one thing. It's important to note that we say, so the developer could go back and instead of 4 lots, do 2 lots. Technically, if you want to just by the letter of our standards, when you're planning ahead for 20 years, GR5 zoning, way back when the Millers had it, when Oliver's had it, should have been improved at that time per our standards. I don't think that was practical, but that's the way our standards read. That's why our standards need a little work. But to me, the 4-lot, 2-lot, these are real problematic for our office, for everybody involved. When you're trying to go after the fact, there's not a funding mechanism set up to recoup those costs. But to try to say that these 4 lots out of 22 future lots that are 50 years from now when we're all gone should shoulder that cost makes 0 sense. Somewhere down the road, you're all going to pay. You would have paid on the front end if you would have done it, if they would have been built and paid on the front end. You pay in the back end as you're splitting and selling your lots. It's in our rules. You're paying back the developer for their costs. So that's the way it's intended to be. Any sort of development, all those costs are supposed to be spread within the lots. That's how it's supposed to work.
Comments? Any other public comments?
Yeah, I'd like to say something if I could. I'm Phil Campbell. I live up to North Fork. When I first bought there, I guess it's 35, 40 years ago, I was the only one back there. And the guy that sold it to the Carl Sauerwein, he just needed some money or whatever, it's his own personal deal. But what in the world is going to happen if you guys start getting, now that start that same lane, and all it is the lane, gravel road, we work it out amongst ourselves. Where in the world are you guys going to end up if you start being involved in private lanes over private property that serves the individual?
Where in the heck is that gonna end? You talk about government overreach, and what is fair? Life isn't meant to be fair. Most of us realize that. People moving out here from wherever have tried to make life fair. That's a myth. We shouldn't try to make life fair, I don't think. Because everything goes to your own abilities and a million and other things that we can't even begin to imagine. How many of you guys would have guessed where you would have been 20 years ago? Would you think you'd be sitting back there listening to people? There you go. I sure wouldn't. I'm not where I thought I would be. The whole point being, what kind of can of worms are you guys opening by listening to this? If the guy is meeting his regulations, the size of the lot, everybody that bought, we don't know where we're going. We buy a lot, you take a chance. Maybe your road's gonna be substandard. My lane is, I don't care. Things get too bad, we put some gravel on it, we fix it ourselves. I don't want you guys to be responsible for it. I don't want you guys to follow. I don't want the county to have the responsibility. My taxes are high enough. You guys got your hands full with these guys got their hands full with what's going on right now. Why would you even consider going onto a private road and taking charge or having authority over? That's all I gotta say. No, no. One more thing. I think not enough government is by far better than too much. And I think we ought to think about that. I would much rather walk up and down my road if I had to than have government involved.
Any other public comments?
Madam Chair, I'd like to close the public hearing.
Moved and seconded for public hearings. Any further discussion? None, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Public hearing is closed.
Question, real quick question, Brian, I'm not sure if you can answer this or not. But when all this land out there was originally being subdivided, you know, most of the subdivision roads in Park County they're not private roads or private, they're private roads, but they're open to the public. Is there any reason, is this one that way? No.
This one's really kind of complicated because there's a short piece that's at the start closest to Diamond Basin Road that's actually private, that wasn't part of the Oliver subdivision. And so I'm gonna say most of it is public, but there is a stretch of it that's private. So it's a little bit unusual, which I think it does render the road to be somewhat private, just because the other access to the other lots is, there's a funnel, if you will, through a section of private easement. Did I say it right there?
Yeah.
So I can expound on that just a little bit. So for instance, when the first subdivision, well, not first, but Mr. Whitlock's other subdivision was done back there, how is that indicated on the plat? If it's not dedicated to the public, is it always private?
Well, I just looked at that today, and it's really pretty confusing. But back when the Millers, they owned the northwest, northeast, and the southeast quadrant. One of the Millers, I think it's Curtis, they granted an easement to some of the other family to the other lots. And so at that time, it was a private easement. And I think that's what established it as private. When Oliver did it, he dedicated his part to the public. And that's why you have part of the road public, part of it that wasn't part of Oliver, closest to Diamond Basin remains private. That's my understanding.
Any other questions?
So do any of us really have access back to that, seeing as how we're going across what's private?
Yes.
Yeah, because all of that Oliver owned, everything that the Miller had was all granted through that private easement, and it goes to the heirs and assigns of all those properties, northwest, northeast, southeast, all had access on that private easement.
It's my understanding, Wilson Crawford, it's my understanding the first 600 feet roughly is private, okay? Because that's on 10 acres, it's the very front. Then there's a 5-acre parcel that's public. That's owned also by me. Then there's another 300 feet that's owned by Craig Herring that's public. So it goes 600 feet of private, 600 feet of public, then it hits Russ Whitlock's property, which is private, and then it hits Brett Whitlock's property, which is, I think, also private. So that's, I think, the order of easement on this. But I'm not 100%.
I think that's correct. That's exactly how these things are.
Pleasure of the board.
Madam Chair, I can see a lot of points here, yours very much. However, I do believe that we are challenged with proper development within the county for road, bridge, and emergency services as part of our deferred development. We need to make sure that school buses, fire trucks can safely pass in and out of these congested areas for the safety of the public. How far we want to take that, I'm with you on a lot of it. That's a risk you take in rural Wyoming. However, back to the matter at hand as far as administrative relief, I'm leaning really toward granting, granting administrative relief on the paving, but not the road standard myself. I'd like to see because of the development, they're going to have to, the very back end of it, bring it up to the 60 foot wide, 24 foot surface. And anyway, and part of the expense, and I can't answer what happened before, and I'm not saying it was right or wrong, but it's an expense of further development to bring that first quarter mile up to the current standards of a road gravel surface. But I'm open for debate here amongst us. I know the public hearing is closed, but that's where I'm leaning. Is the paving, but bring the rest of it up to template standards for the county road standards by the current development.
Madam Chair, so just, if I'm following you, if I'm tracking, no paving, but bring it up to, what standard would that be?
24 foot.
Yeah, and we have to kind of be careful there because like I say, really it's 28 with 2 foot shoulders and a ditch. But if we say, I think to agree to a 24 foot wide gravel surface, that is the standard for a local access road, 24 foot wide gravel surface.
Chair, and the road itself, just to clarify, I know there's a confusion going on the surface stuff, it's basically a 20-foot top right now as it sits.
So it would be adding 4 foot to the width.
It'd be adding 4 foot to the width.
It would be gravel. Placed by the current development. I guess my only other question that keeps running through my mind is us requiring that on a private section of road. Can we do that?
That is a good question.
That one might have to wait for legal. I'm
Yeah,
not sure.
I mean, a person could state it that you only required it for the portion that was dedicated to the public to be safe. That's
I
really.
don't know that I want to go there. I just wanted an answer.
We don't have to make a decision right now. And I would feel more comfortable, this just 1 to 5, I'd feel more comfortable getting a few questions answered before I make a decision. But I don't feel that paving is necessary, but I would think that, bringing that up to a little better standard would be, but I'm not prepared to make a decision without you put more questions answered.
Okay. And just a question for Brian, then I guess in the reference to the paving in Allen, and those are major subdivisions. So they have a little bit different criteria because of the number of lots and things on what is required on the road. So there is a reason for those to be handled the way they were handled versus the way this is being handled with a piece and a minor.
And I'll just say, Madam Chair, and I think that's part of I think this is a good example of some of the, I'm not gonna say flaw, but there's some things that are not addressed real well in our road bridge standard because, all the points that were raised are are good points. I mean, at some point, where do you kick the can, recoup? But just the general premise is that everybody that benefits from the road, at some point, what that ultimate bill value is should share that cost. That's the way our standard is here.
Yes.
Yeah, if I could, well, your points are well taken. I'm still wrestling with the fact here. Ryan's comments about we can't look 30 years down. We have to make a decision based on what we're dealing with today. So as far as paving, I totally agree with you. I don't think paving is necessary. But I still have a problem having present developer, Mr. Brett Whitlock, putting a bill for this entire road when everybody is going to benefit for it. And so I'm not sure how we get around that. When you say, okay, we're gonna make it go 24 feet, but he's got to pay the bill when it's going to benefit everybody because it's the first section of road.
I see where you're talking and where you're coming from. However, we're only talking a quarter-mile section and it's currently 20 foot already.
Yeah.
We're only going 4 more foot. It puts us over that threshold. Is it the way it properly should have been done in the past? Probably not, but we got to catch up somewhere. And the further development is causing this problem today. So therefore, I feel that they should be.
Well, but I mean, that continues to compound the problem as far as I'm concerned, because it became 20 feet because it was administrative relief to begin with, even though Mr. Russ Whitlock may not have asked for it specifically, but it was a form of administrative relief. So now Mr. Brett Whitlock has to pick up the bill for basically what amounts to the county mistake.
Let me ask a question, and you don't all need to answer this. I'm just wondering if this is where we went and we said that the new developer had to go ahead and go to the 24 foot wide for all of it and put the gravel on in place in order to make his subdivision work. Is there a possibility then of a road agreement being done between all landowners that use that road for future maintenance? So we don't run into anything that comes into this again, or if the lots are split again, there's a road agreement that exists.
Future maintenance and improvements.
Yeah, maintenance and improvements. I guess I'm just thinking ahead a little bit about trying to bring this together a little bit, depending on what happens. I don't know where we're gonna go, but is that a possibility? If it went there, I guess I'd ask Mr. Whitlock. Yeah, kind of a homeowner.
From my perspective, we already do and have, and for the last 8 years that I've been there, between Wilson and I and Doc, the maintenance, snow removal, it needs some gravel sorely right now. We've been waiting for all of this to pan out. As long as we see the maintenance agreements that are in place for the proposed 4 that we're talking about, if that comes into play, perhaps. But I would also ask if the county comes up with a way to pin down future development. What about, say, if Greg Beery comes in and he's got the capability of doing 3 more lots? I have the capability of doing 3 more lots. Do I come to you and all of a sudden now you guys say, oh, well, you're well over, now you pave it? So this conglomeration of subdivisions served by one road is becoming a big problem in the county. And that's most of why I'm here today, is because I see that, because I'm a developer as well. 4 lots out there probably won't make that much difference. 20 to 22 absolutely will on this road, especially the trunk section of the road. And I don't think that we're giving enough thought to what we're facing in the future. So is your question, yeah, I'm willing to participate on maintenance and stuff, continue doing what I've already been doing.
Madam Chair, there is a disclosure statement from the Three Sisters subdivision when that one was done, just going through the stuff where they committed to maintain the road. And I don't know who interprets that or who upholds stuff like that, but there already are some commitments that are there as far as participation that are recorded documents.
And Madam Chair, one more thing with that. You know, I think it goes back, I agree exactly with what Russ just said. At some point, it is going to need to be when it's 22 lots. I think, to me, if I'm living out there where you guys are, that's a time now where, before there gets to be so many people out there, you know, the two disputed here are both last name Whitlock. You know, surely we can all, or we, the people that are in that group, can get together and form some sort of an agreement, not just maintenance, because every agreement I've seen really just relates to maintenance, but improvements, which would include the pavement, that everybody's gonna participate in that, so that when, I can't say their name, Ferraris or whoever else splits their lots off, right, and it might not be Russ, maybe after his time, but with his kids don't always do what we think. They sell it split, and they're in the same boat. So now is the time before it grows for you as landowners, like this one gentleman said, why does the county need to be involved in that? The landowners get together and form an agreement to where you guys are gonna, looking forward, make sure that doesn't happen, and then everybody shares in those costs. That's just my simple brain, how I work it.
Can I address that, please? Madam Chairman? The difference in all of this is that as developers, we touched on this before, that if we're going to sell that out, that's priced into part of our development costs. And that's how we recoup the money there. The people who buy out there at the time, when they buy, they're satisfied. They dang sure don't want to sign any documentation that's going to make them liable for future costs associated with somebody else who's going to split and sell property. That's, I mean, that would be pretty poor business as far as I'm concerned. So we've kind of got ourselves worked into a corner here because we don't have any mechanism in the county regs to address a road that can potentially develop a whole bunch more lots and different subdivision. It's not a major subdivision, but if you get a whole lot of simple and minors together, you got a major.
Okay, I think we still have some questions. Yes.
Might I say something to that? And I take all this back. If you're gonna get involved over there in the South Fork, then eventually you'll be involved on the North Fork where I live on a 12-foot gravel track. It gets washed out pretty bad and so on. We had an ambulance up there the other day. They can get up, fire trucks can get up. But what I would suggest, if you guys get involved, county government, one thing is gonna limit development on Four Bear Lane where I live is if you guys don't get involved, people come banging up there, hit the potholes in the mud sometimes when they're irrigating and the snow, that sometimes we can't even get in and out. People are involved with that, maybe there won't be the development. Do you want development? Do you not want development? If you want development, are you gonna be involved or are you not gonna be involved? Stay out of it, I think. And the free enterprise system is gonna take care of a whole lot.
Well, that might be true if we weren't involved because of the subdivision, but because of our regulations with the subdivision being proposed.
But not the roads across other people's property, that's what I'm saying. We've got easements up there. You about have to be an attorney to figure out whether you can legally go to my house or not. With that Dixie Lane, some people could use one road, some people could use the other road, but when you bought in, you figured it out. And you also saw that it was a 2-track mostly.
After today, I don't want development. I have to. One of the things that I like using the tools that we have here in our engineering. And I think I don't want to call you guys tools, but I think that they are the buffer for us to allow not only what they think is fair, but as far as public safety is concerned, I have to go by what Brian says. And if they feel that this is the right direction to go at this time, I have to go by their judgment. I know I've told my doctor I don't need exercise, but he keeps disagreeing with me, and I know I'm not right. But if I have to agree with our engineers and what they see as their, as far as their eyes of what the county is doing right now and what they see for a future. So I definitely back, people who know our roads and for their recommendation, that plays a big part on my decision. So, but I like what, Mr. Livingston says that there are some questions that need to be answered, especially about the private property portion of this. And if we can get that signed off from legal, then I think we can move forward.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I've got one quick question. First of all, I totally agree with Brian Edwards. You know, in a perfect world, and I hope at some point in time it comes to pass where all the landowners can get together and say, this is what we're gonna do. That's perfect world, so, you know, I don't know. But I guess Brad, I got a quick question for you in the Jody Lane Maintenance Association agreement. Now, you bought your property from the Frasers?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and they're included in this agreement. So that means your property that you purchased from the Frasers is included in this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. That's all I want to know.
Madam Chair, I say take no action this time to get the questions answered.
What an agreement?
You want to wait?
Yes. I like, we got the private stuff in there and I'd like to get that answered before I.
Okay, if you want to wait, I'll wait. I'm ready to move forward, but that's okay.
The Jody Lane subdivision is on the agenda for the. So.
And here, that's like 10 in the morning. If we have time, just a suggestion, if we have time to make our decision prior to, right prior to then that morning without having to be on.
Okay.
Unless it's a much more.
But we already have to, fix it. Well, it's getting there, yeah. Okay, so I'm hearing that we are going to get a few more questions answered and have an answer on
Yeah, you know,
this no later than the 15th.
I would totally agree with Lee, as long as we're in a position to make a decision on this before we make a final decision on that.
No later than 10 o'clock.
I wouldn't want to push it back any further.
Okay. Okay, so that's what we'll do. If it comes up and we get those questions answered and it looks like we are going to discuss this or do anything about it on the 8th, we'll let you know, but otherwise we'll figure on the morning of the 15th ahead of the subdivision approval question with the public hearing. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can't sneak out that way, Russ.
Why not? Fire Steve.
Joe, real quick to answer your question, and I made sure before I wasn't sure. The document that you and Melissa and Russ and Diane and Wilson and Kathleen did, I don't believe that's actually a filed document.
Okay, I was just curious if it was to the land and not to the individual. If it's to the land, then you'd be obligated to be involved in the.
Not sure I can answer that question.
All right.
I have to research that.
Okay.
I would take the assumption though that I would be involved in it, but I'm not opposed to it.
Even, I guess my question is, if not right now, you're certainly willing to join in the future.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And like I say, I consider myself part of that as part of their agreement.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Okay, let's we'll pass 215, discussion of the Northern Rockies ecosystem protection.
How much to discuss on Monday?
I knew it'd be very quick, but Commissioner.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think you've been forwarded in the SharePoint. You have a resolution before you. The Northern Rocky Ecosystem Protection Act is, in my opinion, and not just mine, a very serious matter. As part of the Environment and Public Land Committee of the WCCA, the committee itself across the state with other commissioners agreed that this needs to be addressed sooner the better. There's discussion as to whether this can really move forward. I don't want to wait, sit on our hands and see along with several other counties. Currently, I spoke with Bailey last night, which we all know is our natural resource executive officer, if you will, for the WCCA. And she has considered this to be a serious matter, of which she is also preparing a resolution to be brought in 3 weeks to the WCCA when we meet in Cheyenne to be discussed as for the body for that. I asked her specifically if this should wait, and she suggests she can't. She didn't want to answer specifically, but said the more opposition to it, if you will, from individual counties will be better for those counties that are in the state not as directly affected as we are here in Park County in the Big Horn Basin. If you've looked at it, basically in a nutshell, it's this bill which has made it out of federal committee to assign a number, basically meaning it could go to debate on the floor and be voted on at the federal level, which it will designate over 20 million additional acres within the states of Montana, Wyoming. Don't have them all in front of me, but several northern Rocky states. Over 500,000 in our estimate are right here in the Big Horn Basin. Many of these have been in question back in 2009 as part of the wilderness area studies, including the Philippines, the High Lakes area. In addition to a whole lot more of that is the Beartooth Plateau, the Clarks Fork area, some areas of North Fork, and it also included is 7 wild and scenic rivers, which sounds really neat. Wyoming currently has one. It's in my back door to Clarks Fork, and I was not in opposition of that myself either. But there's a lot of fine print that we didn't realize and what goes along with that, meaning you cannot leave any trace in there. The public is accessible, but you literally, if they come to shove, you can't leave a boot track within that area. So, and then you get further into this bill, and there's additional language that gives them the right to add any land to put under protection if it has 1,000 acres or more roadless area. We all know that is not a whole lot of land in our neck of the woods, so there could be literally millions of more acres added to this later date at the stroke of a pen, and it doesn't even designate between public land or private land. And we all know big ranches around here, two dog checkerboarded areas, if they're roadless, they may actually have come within this same act. I think it's very serious, and I believe that we need to take action. If there is a copy of a resolution in there that we can adapt to fit our county, it may not seem like any more than a gesture, but I feel that we definitely need to act upon it. I mean, we were challenged years ago by the feds in the state for natural resource management plan, in which they allotted over $1 million for the counties to put forth a natural resource management plan, which was supposed to give us say in any of this process as it moved forward and a seat at the table. And this is nothing more than going against all of that, if you will. You know, we signed a resolution earlier a couple of months ago on the 30 by 30. There was a lot of questions as to, well, that's just an executive order that you probably, how are they going to force that on? This is the first step of how we're going to do it, along with other federal overreach. So in my opinion, I would like to discuss this and or talk this resolution as per questions.
Yeah, the only question I have is why do you want to wait?
I don't want to wait. My question is.
Well, glad you made the motion.
You know, if I could, you said maybe we need to adopt it for Park County. There's no reason we as commissioners in Park County can't oppose the whole thing.
Absolutely.
So I would say just leave it as is and approve it.
Just would need to put our name in.
Yeah. Now, the bottom say Park County, Wyoming.
Change the
But
dates.
if you want to make that motion, go ahead.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded to approve and sign the resolution opposing the Northern Rockies Ecosystem Protection Act, HR 90. Any further discussion?
I thought it'd be a harder sell, Madam Chair.
gotta be.
With this
group?
yeah.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Forward to getting that done.
I mean, it doesn't matter, it'll be.
That's right. Colleen, give a resolution number that please. And we'll-
Oh, sure, let's see, that will be number 15.
Getting a lot done today.
Molly will work on that and get it ready for signature. Okay.
You said that was HR 980?
Yes.
Yep. House resolution 98.
Okay, this is a public hearing, so I think we will go ahead and move forward. The next thing on the agenda would be the Cody Conservation District, request for a special election. Okay, we have a proposal from you that we received 2 weeks ago to host a mail election. We wanted to do that in May. The letter had to be into the county clerk's office by January 27th. And that was received. So in that meantime, the county clerk's office has been reviewing state statute where this is concerned. I think that's input for us. If you want to hear theirs first, or if you have any other questions right away.
Legal first.
Okay.
Madam Chairman, thank you. Anso, Park County Elections Office. Colleen and I, Madam Chairman, met with Mr. Bernada yesterday in our office, and we basically notified him that we can do the election, that we think that it would be a pretty heavy lift for us to get done in such a short time frame. Typically, and we discussed this yesterday, that typically we would get notification of something like this a little sooner, a couple months, maybe November or December. However, looking at the timeframes, it looks like the clerk's office could make that happen with all the proper notifications and doing it as a mail ballot election. So as a mail ballot election, we wouldn't have to open any of the polling locations. We would do, there's 9,821 voters in the Cody Conservation District. So we would be mailing out those 9,821 ballots. Be a single question ballot, of course. So it would be on an 8.5 by 11 ballot. We would have those come back to our office. We would manage the election. Should you choose to go forward with it, we would ask that you designate the county clerk as the manager or the overseer, the administrator of this election. And then we would then tabulate those ballots in-house in our office with our central count machine. We would need, I think, planning on the best case scenario of having all the ballots come back to us, which in the election administrator's eyes is a good thing. We want participation in the elections that we're conducting. We believe that we need 18 election judges. That would be 16s of 3 election judges to open the ballots, check them in, open them and then get them run through the central count machine on election day. Newspaper publishing, the cost of the ballots, the election staff hours, and then I threw in some contingency costs for anything that I'm not thinking of right now. I feel like I've got a pretty good handle on what we would be spending money on, but I did throw in to our budget $2,500 for contingency. We do not presently have the budget. We would have to do a budget amendment to the elections budget due to the timing of the 2022, May 2022 election. Typically, we wouldn't be putting extra money into the election budget until the July 1st, 2023 budget, just because that's when the bulk of our work takes place, is after July 1. And so that would be in our new budget year coming up. So till June 30, we have a pretty bare bones budget for this fiscal year. So the total that I've come up with for approximate expenses to run this election is $22,215. Again, that is an approximate number, could be less, could be more. The county, according to statute, is on the hook for that, those expenses. And also, according to statute, it is up to the county commissioners to either approve or disapprove of this going forward. And Madam Chairman, with that, I would stand for questions.
Board members, questions?
Madam Chairwoman, thank you very much for having us back here today. Interesting, population's going up in the district by 97 votes this May. I guess that's indicative of people coming into town, people being born. As a district, we don't have the ability to put on an election like this. Cody Conservation District has never been funded by the taxpayers nor by the county since its existence. We're one of two counties, one of two districts in the state that is unfunded. Petite is the third in this county, and they are funded by a mill levy. The capabilities of our district would be greatly enhanced if we had a reliable source of income, in this case, a mill levy. We would be able to predict our expenditures, our capabilities, and to expand as an organization to do essentially what conservation districts were created for in this state. If we look at the history of this district, it's gone back and forth over time, being funded through grants, being funded through tree programs, and inevitably the district always comes back to a point of insolvency and ability to move forward. We've got the district at a point now where we've got a couple of good grants. We are making an impact. We do have an employee. We do have an office space. Thank you very much. And we are making contact with the community, and people are seeking us out, asking for information and asking for assistance on things. If you all would approve this election, and if the voters decided that the district could have this mill levy, in reading state statutes, my understanding it would come back up at 4 years. It would give us an opportunity to prove ourselves as a district and show the community, the persons within the conservation district, what we can do and what we have done. So with that, not much more to say on the district as a whole. And just to answer a question that was brought up last time this came up on the ballot, we do not have a budget for if a mill levy is approved. If a mill levy is approved, then we can put forward our expectations and ideas for growth within our district. Without anything in place, it's just, it's not feasible for us at this time to do it. If this would pass in May, and it's my understanding, reading state statute, the district would not see any money until the following year when the taxes would be distributed by the county commissioners. So we have approximately a year, and July would be our new budget year, the same as you all. We would have that ability to put things into place and to move forward on a workable budget with that source of income for the district.
Mr. Bernard, I agree. I think that, you know, the conservation district getting funded through a mill levy would be a good idea. The question I have, I guess, one first question is tell us again why you want it on a special election versus doing the primary or the general, which costs the county.
Paul, you want to go? Go ahead.
Honestly, it's knowing that there's probably going to be a couple of tax initiatives on one of the two ballots. If there's multiple tax initiatives, historically, if people are not informed, they're going to check the no block straight down the thing if they see tax. And I mean, look at some of the other things that have failed in Park County that might even need to pass. So we think if we isolate it, if people may inform themselves more of what we are, who we are, and give it a better vote than people who, and actual last election cycle, I talked to people when we started to be allowed to be back out again. And some of them said, well, I voted against the conservation district mill levy because you don't need more funding. Well, unfunded. I didn't know that. And the person, and a couple of people I talked to were relatively, I would consider them informed voters. But they had no idea we were unfunded.
But I guess given that line of thinking, then shouldn't we why wouldn't we put everything out for a special election, is what I'm saying. I understand where you're saying on a single issue, you have a chance to educate them, but you also have a chance, the opportunity to educate them prior to a primary or a general election ballot. I mean, I guess that's where I'm coming from, is if we decide to make a special election for this, then, you know, the next time the fifth penny comes up, we make a special election for that. Next time, you know, anything comes up, we make a special election. I hope you can understand where I'm coming from.
I understand where you're coming from. This mechanism of a special election exists for districts such as the conservation district. We're looking for an opportunity to either succeed or fail on our own merits and not be grouped into a number of entities trying to get more money from the taxpayers, albeit through a sales tax or increase in property taxes. Our district has unique needs and unique circumstances. We're a special district, an unfunded special district. And, you know, to quote one gentleman a couple of years ago, we heard say, well, I'm tired of seeing guys standing on the road with shovels, not making any money. What are you guys going to do with more money? Well, that's an education effort on our part. I mean, nobody's standing out on the road with a shovel. Nobody's getting paid. So we just want an opportunity where we can succeed or fail based on our own merits. We're taking those steps forward to educate the community what a conservation district is, what we can do, what we have done, and give the people an opportunity to vote it up or down. In conversation I've had with my fellow supervisors, I'm of the mindset that, you know, if the conservation district doesn't get funded, why do we have it? Why do we have it? If there's no need for it, then do away with it. I believe there is a need. And I think you all know that I've been pretty vocal on tax issues in the past, even currently. And, you know, I look at myself, I'm not being hypocritical, but I look at the conservation district. We have 5 supervisors who are unpaid, no benefits. We put our time, put our talent, put my own money, my own paper, my own stamps on things to make the conservation district productive and to serve the districts that we're mandated to serve. So that's why I believe on a special election, this will give the taxpayers an opportunity to see what they're getting. Hopefully, they're not just taking it, throwing it in the trash. Hopefully, they're looking at it, they're reading it, and they're making a phone call and saying, why should I vote yes on this, or why should I vote no? Ultimately, I'd like to leave it up to the people.
Yeah, just real quick, I agree, you do provide a great service. As far as a special election, it's already been put out there, it probably costs the county $20,000. And that's probably may not be money that comes back. And what we're looking at is you've got Leo and CJ over there, and they're writing a story about how we could have gotten by with a free election, and instead we spent $20,000 on it. That's going to piss off taxpayers who are in the Cody Conservation District. So you're talking about 4 months of bad advertising before this even comes before the voters. Maybe goodwill would be to say, well, we want to save the county money by not putting in this $20,000 to have it a free election and just put it on the primary. And that way the Cody Conservation District comes off looking more like a good guy than the people that cost the county $20,000. So that's just my take as somebody who's followed elections and has followed taxes in elections. I have been in support of some and some against, but you're talking about Park County. And there are a lot of anti-tax people that go to the polls and are very vocal. And when they hear the county had spent $20,000, you probably can hear from them. So.
Yeah, if I could, first of all, I want to say, it's well known, I'm very much a proponent of conservation. I wish this thing could have been funded from the beginning. But with this particular request, it's a darn shame, but there are a lot of people out there that when it comes to election time, if it's a tax, they're going to vote no. So your points are well taken there. And those people that vote no, they don't have the desire to go out and find out the facts about the matter. We've been through that at the county level. We tried to get a cap tax and a general tax and everything else, but at that point in time was well needed, very drastically needed. But it was a tax, so we voted no. But my biggest concern is number one, as Scott brought up, it is money to the county, approximately $22,000, probably closer to $20,000 for sure. And here in Park County, I know in the clerk's office and the election office, we try very hard to be transparent with our elections. And having a special election and an election year, I'm afraid it's going to give a perception out there and question the legitimacy and the transparency of this election. So with that being said, I'm going to make the motion that we deny the request and, say I'm very much in favor of the conservation district. And you'll have to come back and ask us again, but if you want to put it on the primary ballot or the general ballot, I'm all for it. But at this point in time, I make the motion to deny the request.
I would second that.
Second to deny the request for a special election for the Cody Conservation District. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, I have a question for this board before you go anywhere. We talked about education, and I think that's super important to the people of the conservation district to realize what you guys do. And I know we entertain requests from special districts in April, May for funding. I'm wondering if this board would be eligible, I'm not sure, to come back and ask for possibly a little bit of funds to help with their education prior to if they decide to do something in the primary or general. Do they qualify for special district requests? I don't know that we approve it, I'm not saying that.
I guess I'm not positive. I'll have to read the contracts if we have the special funding sign. But I'm not tooting our horn or anything, but I've had the honor of working with her and helping her out how we can, through the clerk's office, through using some of our equipment and things like that, just for this letter that they were mailing out to hopefully educate people. So, but I can definitely read the contract, and I know both these gentlemen and let them know if that would qualify for some special funding.
Well, I'm not saying for a whole election, I'm just saying if there was some postage or something for an educational letter to go out ahead of a primary or general election, if you choose to put it in that format, can we help somehow that way?
We can, I mean, yes, we can provide general election or general information. We are prohibited by statute from lobbying for or lobbying against any sort of mailings.
Just like in education, what you do, because yeah, we have the same restrictions, but I think if more people understood the value that you guys possess for the county, provide to the county.
Yeah, and something I didn't get to address during this year, I know you all taking a vote on it, so it's kind of non-consequential in that respect. But I got a phone call yesterday from a gentleman who said he was contacted by a member of one of our local governments. And what the hell is Venata doing trying to get a mail-in tax? He's screwing it up for the rest of us. And so I understand that there are other entities out there, everybody's vying for money. Our intention is just to be separate. Our intention was to be separate, to try and look for a sales tax, not a sales tax, a mill levy.
It's not a good headline right now.
No, we don't want to do that. Correction, guys. Right, my last. Just to make the conservation district a viable entity. And
Without it, Madam Chair. Don't get me wrong, I think we need it, I think it'd be great. I'm just not a fan of doing the special election. That's where I'm coming from.
I mean, the only thing I bring up in closing is, there's a certain limitation to doing things for free or charity. It is a political subdivision in the state of Wyoming. We only get $8,800 a year. So there is a certain limitation of how long an organization can operate on that little amount of money. And we do have a grant that pays Brittany. But as you all know, grants are never guaranteed. It's a year-to-year type thing. And with employees who are grant employees, they've also got to look at their own personal futures. Are they going to have a job next year? They're always looking for a grant. Just trying to create some stability for the organization. And the voters will always get a look again in 4 years to thumbs up or down it. But thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
I have one more question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
If it goes, have you looked far enough that if it's on the primary or general, does it occur at the same time that it would if you did the May? Would it begin at the same time?
Funding stream would begin at the same time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
One other thing too, Vinny didn't mention on the budget is, because our budget now we send to the clerk's office because $8,800, pretty easy budget. Once, if the mill levy is approved, then the budget comes to you guys before we approve it, then you approve it, then it goes forward. So just making sure, because that was the question last year was about the budget. So it does belong to you guys as far as.
Okay.
Thank you. You guys did cross out that part about sales tax.
It's recorded.
I'm fixing the income tax.
Was that
I'm fixing the income tax.
the income tax?
That goes real well. Last night it was eggs in my house, so this will happen this time.
Yeah, that did happen. Yeah, that was the opposition to selling the land out of home use subdivision.
Oh, yeah.
And the penny sales tax. So my house got egg.
Okay, we're right until 3:05.
Boy, you're right on time. Good going.
Look at that, 1 minute spare.
Oh, you didn't know that coming in?
Oh, well.
I'll send my message.
Okay.
You know, if you just got this email from Bailey, you're on the, are you on the public land energy? Environment?
No.
You're not.
I'm on the public land and water.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and forward this to our
Water and
community.
environment.
In relation to that letter that we sent back that asked that we be part of the Greater States Grouse environmental assessment.
No. Wait, just close it. Still all the text.
That would be great.
Oh, yeah.
Going up.
That older guy that was on the North Fork.
Oh, yeah, I've known Phil I've been on the North Fork for 6 years.
He should run for commission.
Yeah. No, Phil, I've known Phil forever. He helped with the concrete on the first project.
And he's on the North Fork, this is the South Fork issue, but he's gonna show up anyway. Government.
Are you waiting on me? Well, sorry, you said 10 hill. Okay, so our 10 hill.
305.
5 after.
5 after.
Was it really?
We'll let you slide this time.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Let's say, I'm so sorry. I am now.
Okay. So the next thing on our agenda is Brian Edwards, for county engineer, considering contract award for construction services to replace weight scale and all landfill.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So as you know, this was our second go around to, we've got some problems with the scale system out at our landfill and looking to replace the scale system. Keeps getting worse, so it's something we're gonna have to do sooner rather than later.
Is it worse in our favor or theirs?
Oh, that's a good question. I think it is. The property average is about
So anyway, we went out to bid, all up to say back with the summer, it's been a while, and received one bid. We decided at the time to rebid the project, advertised locally in the Powell Code papers, several plan rooms, reached out to some other contractors that did this kind of work statewide and in southern Montana. And we still only received one bid. So that bid was from Two Sisters Contracting. The bid was for $125,362.26. Originally, we were hoping to do this project for 80 to 100,000, kind of in that range. I think with the current climate, materials, labor, and all that kind of stuff, I think that might have been more realistic. In fact, Engineering Associates have revised their estimate to closer to where we end up now. So in looking over the bid, we had Engineering Associates look at it, make sure that all the bid requirements were met. Engineering Associates did identify that the bid bond was not signed, which the owners of Two Sisters came in and did sign that bid bond, so that's been taken care of. After looking everything over, it looks like a solid bid. Park County company, Wyoming company, only one that seems to be interested in the project. I think the size is such that not enough to really bring in the bigger contractors from outside. So everybody else must be too busy or just not interested. So our recommendation and Engineering Associates recommendation is to go ahead and award this contract to Two Sisters LLC for the submitted bid price of $125,362.26. And then I would ask if you in favor or support that the chair would be allowed to sign the agreement and the final approval by the county attorney, or once he's looked at and approved the agreement, just in the interest of time, because we'd like to get contractor going and get started as soon as weather cooperates.
Madam Chair, Brian, it says in your recommendation here, contingent on the signing of the bid bond. How much is the bid bond for?
I believe it is 5%, I think, of that contract amount. There will also be a performance bond as well.
Performance as well.
There'll be a performance for the tire for the project, but that's usually once we get that contract, that'll be a condition of the contract.
So will our service or the scale be down at any time, or are we pretty well able to?
There's a period, I think we chatted with a little bit, it might be, I'm gonna say a week or two where we may be down while we're switching everything over. They can do an awful lot of work before we switch it over, but we can run on hand tickets like we used to till we can get it figured out.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept the bid from Two Sisters Construction, allowing the chair to sign contingent upon approval from county attorney.
Second.
Motion seconded to approve the contract as stated. Further discussion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to say real quick too, the Eppersons are here too, if you have any questions for them, and they've indicated that they started the project right away, and just going to depend on the weather at this point.
Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Right, so this was
Is there a
Two
trend
Sisters,
going
There's
right?
Two sisters,
Two Sisters.
we lost a sister.
Because I'm like, see, I did.
I've got 3 sisters.
You're not the other sister, okay, we got it. Okay, we're-
That's the last thing I see.
Thomas?
Okay, 3:15, we do have an interview. So. For that advisory board.
Yeah.
We have an interview.
Yeah. Madam Chair.
I'm gonna ask you to, you're welcome to stay, but we're doing an interview.
Okay.
One of our boards for like 10 minutes.
Yeah, no worries.
Thanks.
Madam Chair, can is there a way we can shut that off for a bit? Until it's ready? The background noise just bothered me. Just the projector part.
Oh, yeah.
pick up better hearing than I have.
Mr. Griffin?
I didn't hear that. That's all I hear.
Stillwater, Oklahoma.
Did you?
Yeah,
You go to Oklahoma State?
no, I worked on the university for a while though. Worked on the campus. 35 years.
Okay, welcome. Thanks for
Thank you.
applying. And I guess we'll start. If you'd like to tell us a little bit about yourself and your interest in being.
Well, I spent I was in my 42nd year of working with both municipal and state governments. Municipal government in Oklahoma, I was with the Stillwater, Oklahoma Police Department from 1977 to 1997. Retired, moved to Wyoming, joined Wyoming Highway Patrol, was a state trooper from 1998 to 2019. Worked for you on the eastern half of the state from Gillette, Wheatland, then down to Cheyenne. I was assigned to the governor's security detail for Governor Friedenthal, Governor Meade, and then Governor Gordon. I met Lee during the 4th of July for Governor Gordon, right before I retired, and he was very helpful with that. Grew up in a radio and TV household. My father spent 39 years in television. Before that, he had his own radio stuff that he did, even in high school. I decided in 1992, I was on vacation with my family. I had 5 years to retire from my first 20-year career. Came through Cody, one of the places we wanted to see, and Cody grabbed me in 1992 and never let go. And became my retirement destination. This is where I plan on living the rest of my life. Took me 27 years to get here, but I made it. Had an appointment with Marty Coe to look at houses and got up to go with her on September 1st of 2019. And she said, there's no houses for sale. I go, I talked to you yesterday. What happened? Oh, Kanye West announced this was the most beautiful place in the world, and everything's under contract. So I lived on the South Fork for 6 weeks, and then ran into Kim Wagler out on the North Fork and rented from him from middle October until finally purchased a house right on the northeast side of Cody, off Route 2DA. I bought, if you know County Weedon Pass, I bought, I just went blank on their name. Great gal, she's with Wheaton Pass. And
Mary McKinney?
Mary Kent, yeah, Mary and Earl. Yeah, I bought their house and they moved out to the North Fork. So anyway, been in Cody I'm on my 3rd year. I'll finish the 3rd year in September 1st. And I've decompressed and I'm retired and I have time to spare. Now, my interest on the Animal Damage Management Board comes from, this is my 50th year being a dedicated, focused on coyote killer. I started when I was 16 years old. I'll be 66 in April. And that has been my primary driving force for 50 years. I've had 2 great dogs, one of them from Powell. I had an Airedale I got over at Powell. She just passed last July at 14. And then a mountain cur pup dog from Rexburg, Idaho. The 2 of them together killed a lot of Wyoming coyotes on the eastern half of the state. My ag background, I wasn't raised. I was raised in Oklahoma City, but I've always had an affinity for the folks in the ag community. And as a state trooper, I took great pleasure in serving those folks and made an agreement with folks up in northern Campbell County when I was stationed there. And I knew that between calving season and haying season, that's when they were going to be busy. And I understood that. And as long as they kept it under 15 mile an hour over on Highway 59, they wouldn't have a problem for me during that time because they grew up on those roads and they knew those roads. And I said, you don't need me telling you to slow down, you know how to drive. I said, I'll give you a break. And they said, that's great. And I said, but I want something in return.
I said, if you see that car with that license plate, which was my badge number on the side of the road, I'm getting beat up by 5 guys, jump out with your 30-30 or your 7mm and give me a hand. I'll need some relief. But I've always taken care of the ag folks for the last 20 years in Wyoming. Great people. And I've showed up at ranches in very remote places and made some great friends. Showed up in a state car and they go, what are you doing way up here? I go, still in the state, isn't it? And I told them when I first got to Wheatland that I was doing more than just driving up and down the roads. I was also wanting to know whose pasture that was, what the brand was on the livestock, what you drove, because I'm looking for rustlers. And if I'm driving down the road and I see somebody out there with an out-of-state pickup and a trailer and the panels and dogs loading livestock, I'm gonna go see who it is. But I just have had a special relationship with ag folks, and this that's one of the reasons that this volunteer position appeals to me, is connecting with more of those folks. It's just the people that I really appreciate and always try to get back to. But that's part of my reasoning for wanting to volunteer, come on board. And I've never worked for a county before, but both state and municipal. So be happy to help you achieve whatever goals that you felt like was needed.
Thank you. Have some questions?
Well, I had some questions, but he answered them all. Very good. No, I have none.
Thank you.
I got a couple.
Yes, sir.
First off, there's 2 positions open on the board. I'm not seeing here, which are you applying for, the sportsman or at large?
Well, I think I fit under the sportsman's category. I don't know what the at-large position
It's
is.
just a random, you just, I mean, if you fit under the sportsman, you would fit under the at large, with the exception the sportsman requires a current hunting license. Do you have that?
I have lion, wolf, bear. I mean, predators have been my thing.
So that would be
Right.
something if selected, we just need to show a copy of.
Oh, sure.
hunting license. Second question, the only reason, John, once, thanks for replying, but my common question to all the different applicants is, what is your position on the practice of non-lethal deterrent practices of predator ranch?
Well, I understand when I first got here that Park County had come up with a pretty unique trailer and flagging thing. I read about that and I've never seen it. I still haven't seen it, but I think deterring is like human predators. Deterring them stops crime. And so if you can get them to change their mind about something, why not do that? I'm okay with lethal or non-lethal. I know from specifically hunting coyotes, when I had a sheep operation north of Cheyenne, and the guy begged me to come out. He says, I'm losing 8% of my flock. He said, I can't sustain this. I went out there and it took me 6 weeks to kill one coyote because he was that tough. Toughest one I'd ever come on. And I tried him mouth blowing calls, electronic calls, with my dogs with me, without my dogs, in the middle of the night with spotlight. And I finally caught him. I couldn't set any foothold traps. Lady didn't want any. And I walked the perimeter of 600 acres, woven wire fences here. The bottom strand of the barbed wire was down, the top was up, and the coyote was jumping through there, coming through a creek bottom onto the pasture. And I had a little bit of snow there. And I saw where his front foot landed, and I looked where the toes were pointed. And he wasn't pointed toward the trail over here, he was pointed to a thicket. And I looked at that and I go, there's been a coyote go right dead through the middle of that thicket. I got permission to hang a snare. And I snared that sucker on Christmas Day. And I'm telling you, it took me 2 days and I had him. But I tried everything else, but Joe Bichet was the fella, and he told me, he said, I can't believe you stuck with it this long. I said, you needed some help. You know, but boy, I've got a photo of him in the snare and he killed him.
You can see it on his face. He got hip snared. He's guilty.
Madam Chair, one last little thing. You do understand that as a board member, you are required to own a trap or, not saying you can't, but that's not a part of the board's.
I understand that.
Okay,
Oh, yeah.
we do-
Oh, yeah.
We contract through wildlife services and they, for the government trappers to do with it.
And when I was in Platte County, the former supervisor for wildlife services was Craig Akers down in Casper. He was my neighbor in Gillette. I've known him for years. And so they were doing a rabies survey and all that kind of stuff, and they were aerial gunning coyotes. And so I volunteered, went out, picked up dead coyotes, sexed them, aged them, drew blood, did all that stuff, and worked as a ground crew on that. So yes, sir, I'm familiar with it. Absolutely.
No questions, John, thanks for
Thank you.
replying.
Okay. I think we're good.
Okay.
I don't have any other questions for you.
Mind if I ask a couple?
Absolutely.
I'm kind of not certain, what are the duties? I mean, I've tried to look it up 10 ways from Sunday. I've been on, I've read statute, the individual members. What is it that?
Show up and vote.
Just show up and vote? Okay. Okay.
So showing up at the meeting. I was a member for a while until I became commissioner. Commissioner Tilden was a member for a while until he became a commissioner, and it's just be there and participate in the meetings. That's the key thing. They don't have that many meetings.
Okay.
But just be there, participate in the meetings, and be educated when you about the subject matter when you get there.
Oh, yeah, I can do that.
And just budgeting is a big thing.
Is that
They generally only meet 3 times a year.
Okay.
So, and the members consist of 3 sheep people, 3 cow people.
Yes, sir.
Of which they are elected within the board, and then 3 sportsmen and 1 at large.
Okay.
The reason for the sportsmen and the at large is the state kicks in a little bit of money previous to that. Started about 15 years ago. It was solely funded by the stock at a $1 brand inspection fee. So they were very limited on the funding and money that they had, and the state allowed to kick in some money, but with that, we brought other members into the board of the county. So that's how that kind of came about. Like Lee mentioned, your main duty is decisions within the board, whether it's contracts, renewals, set brand inspection fees, and budget wise, and lobby for more money from the state. There's a chunk of money, and it's kind of whoever can cry the loudest and show the biggest need gets the biggest purse.
I spent 10 legislative sessions between 2009 and 19, assigned to the legislature while I was with the governor. And so I've served both in a uniform capacity some days and then with a suit with the governor every day. And so I'm really familiar with how the legislative process goes. I know those folks, many of them. Hank Coe, I asked him 2 years before I retired, I said, "You want to be my senator?" He goes, "Yes, I want to be your senator." And he said, "You're going to move to Cody?" And I go, "Yeah." I think it was, well, get a hold of Marty and see if she can help you find a place. And then unfortunately he passed right after I got here. And on that note, Marty called me a couple of months ago, maybe 6 weeks ago, and was having a coyote problem. And I went out and apparently fixed it.
Yeah, Marty's my neighbor. She told me she was gonna call you.
Yeah, boy, I walked out, sent 3 snares. The next morning I had probably the main culprit in it. And the other ones, I think he had an extended death, unfortunately. He got hip snared as well. But I think they watched him jumping around and going.
There was 2 of them that came down by me and I couldn't get a crack at them, but it shoot straight out of town.
Mm-hmm.
And they got after my dog. One of them was poking the dog out. The other one was hiding behind a tree and ran up and nipped him in the foot.
Yeah.
That was.
Yeah. My dogs tended to put the heat on them.
Oh, yeah.
My Airedale was the baddest coyote dog I've ever had. She was something.
Well, anyway, thank you for that.
Thank you.
And, I look forward to working with you if I'm selected. I'm willing to serve however, at-large, sportsman, whatever works for you. So, but I'll be here the rest of my life, although we don't know how long that'll be.
All right, we appreciate it.
Thanks, John.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks.
You talked to a girl with a remote, you know, pointed.
I know, and I
You're
feel
just
like
not
I'm not.
tall enough.
Well, there. Green light, green light. Green light, and then we'll,
That's, you know,
no, it's
Yeah.
coming.
It takes a while for me to.
I
Like
have
the
to-
old tube television.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to see if I have to switch it. Not sure if I have to switch it.
There you go.
Oh, there we go.
all we get to.
Do you want to shut the lights off a little? Would that help a little, or
It's up to you guys. I can see it.
is he okay?
We have it in front of us too.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Kind of cut off, but my name is Kyle Garrett. I'm the newest carnivore biologist for the Game and Fish here in Cody. I started last August, towards the end of August. I've been given the responsibilities of bear wise coordinator and dealing with our Harkins County carcass removal program. The carcasses are livestock carcasses, not just bear carcasses.
Like to clarify that.
Yeah, I do occasionally take bear carcasses to the dump as well, but this is about a contract we have with a local guy named Jesse Adams to go around and pick up carcasses from livestock producers here in Park County, I should say. So a little bit of the history, this was implemented in 2008. And like I said, you can see the breakdown of things that have been picked up through the whole program. The other category is after times of kill, sometimes they're not sure what they're picking up, or it's just pieces and guts, excuse the language. So there is another category, but it is dedicated to livestock producers on ranches here in Park County. Again, Jesse Adams, he's a local guy. He holds the contract for us and has for about 1.5 years now. This is a breakdown of trips down the South Fork, western TC. These are the areas we cover and hit. I got a map coming up showing exactly where we cover here in Park County. This is particularly for grizzly bear type conflicts and black bears, all carnivores. So we're not servicing like Powell or Burlington, anything like that. It's all about reducing the amount of unnatural food for grizzly bears here in Park County. So this is the year by year. For 2021, we had 183 retrievals that were taken to the Park County landfill. At 2008, very low, and then it started getting more popular. One thing to mention is that this is a free service to the landowners. They just have to call our guy, and then he comes and picks up whatever they have. Just as part of the history, we've got our grizzly bear locations through time. So the blue line that you can see is what's called the primary conservation area. It's what was ideally selected for prime grizzly bear habitat. You can see as we go throughout time, grizzly bears have a mind of their own and start falling into these livestock areas. So for 2021, here are our conflicts as far as Park County. The red dots are grizzly bear conflicts that were verified by Game and Fish personnel. The white dots, kind of misleading. Those are all the carcass pickups and where they were located. As you can see, there's a bunch of dots located on top of each other. So there is more than what is shown. One thing we expect of landowners is to make the carcasses available to Jesse so that he's not going 10 miles into the backcountry to pick up these carcasses. So these are accessible areas for him, making it easier on him to make multiple trips a day, sometimes even. Yes.
What's your definition of conflict?
So for this particular map, it is anything that could be killing something, fruit trees, trash, which trash is very low amount for Cody, mainly fruit trees and livestock depredations. So that's a good point to point out. In this map in particular, we do not have hunter bear conflicts.
So that's why I would like
Okay.
information.
Yeah.
I can show you a few more further up the river.
Yeah, we have that data, but that's not what I was here for today, so. 2021 results, you can see cows are the biggest one. Not a lot of yearlings or bulls this year, which is great, just to show what Jeff's been doing. So with this, we currently have, well, as of December 31st, which is the last bill I got, was for 5,200 about at the landfill here in Cody. Talking to Sandy, the manager, it's actually up to 5,400 and some change right now. We've currently raised about $3,000. The way this program has been paid for is through a BLM grant, and we have ran out of money just spending so much. We're currently writing proposals to the BLM to increase the money for the next 3 years and carry the program on from 2023 to 2026. And we'll know about that come this fall. So we're here seeking debt forgiveness. We're gonna make a $3,000 payment, which will leave about 2,400 with the new total that Sandy gave me today. And hopefully we can have forgiveness from that. I have a quote from Sandy. She's also here if you have any questions, but she said, Park County Landfills lends its full support to the Wyoming Game and Fish Carcass Management Program. Since 2013, the program has offered an important service to the affected communities and simultaneously the habits of our bear population. We proudly offer our services to compost the carcasses that are responsibly coordinated and delivered and that may otherwise present a potential problem within the pickup areas of the carcass management program zone. In that the carcasses are composted and do not create a space problem within our facilities, we recommend that the VOCC agree to offer support for the program by forgiving the $2,400 of outstanding debt that will remain after this year's $3,000 payment from Wyoming Game and Fish. In the future, which we've implemented January 1st, we've expanded the zone. Here's our map. The yellow line is Highway 120 and then park boundary as well. What this did is it opened up some areas on the South Fork. So we cover more of the South Fork now, well, all of it. And then we encompassed one more livestock producer up in Clark who had a problem this year at his carcass pit that was not previously covered. So we just expanded it to 120. We're kind of have that as an unofficial boundary for grizzly bear distribution in the summertime here in Cody. And we're gonna, like I said, continue to work with the BLM. Western Bear Foundation, which is also located here in Cody, has been a supporter of this program to seek funding for the future and continue this program for the livestock producers here in Park County. So, because some of our acknowledgements, Sandy and the landfill staff has been great to work with. The Bureau of Land Management and Western Bear Foundation have all helped with these causes, helped put the bill previously and currently. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Questions from the board?
Well, not a question, but a statement. In the past, in Collington,
I'm looking it up. I knew you
in
were
the past, they came in front of us for special funding for $1,200 a year. And so my guess is that I think Dusty kind of dropped the ball. We didn't see him for a couple of years. So that $2,400, I guess what I'm trying to do is justify the forgiveness is we would have given $1,200 for the last couple of years anyway.
Okay.
If I may answer that, Madam Chairman, the reason I'm here is in support of Kyle is that this number, this $2,400 does reach back to 2013. There's little bits of money that weren't paid entirely, so it kept rolling forward. So that's an accumulation of money for the last 9 years.
Okay.
That's not just something that cropped up. What Kyle and I would like to see is, and I hesitate to use this word, where's the press? To have it essentially wipe that clean. There's a couple years ago, there was a gal, we tried to work it out. We tried to find them, which invoices matched which so that she could run it through Game and Fish and it turned into a nine. I just don't see us ever getting that money. So one way or the other, if he can get backing, a $3,000 payment would go a long way. And I have the backup information to show how far back it goes. So they're not current charges. These are historical charges that need to just go away.
Madam Chair, Sandy, what is our regular cost for a carcass?
Large animal, anything 200 pounds and above is $18. Anything 200 pounds. $18. And anything 200 pounds and below is $6. They're usually bringing us large animals.
Madam Chair, I gotta be frank here. I am not in support of this program. I never have been. I commend what you're trying to do. I do. But as a producer myself, I felt from the beginning, this was not targeting the problem as much as giving a free service to those that didn't deserve it. True producers that are concerned about predation on their animals don't leave animals laying out anyway. And those that do can afford to have these removed regardless. Do you have an avenue of passing this cost along with this service to the request?
So if I understand you, do I have a way of making livestock producers pay for this service?
I don't call them livestock producers because they're weekend people that are too lazy to take care of their own problem.
My feelings are if you have them pay for it, they're not going to, and they're gonna leave those animals out there, which are gonna create.
Compound their own problem.
Right. But as we know, bears don't stay in one spot or on one landscape. So if they get accustomed to carcasses on one land, they might come over yours, or they usually have these carcass pits or wherever they dump them close to infrastructure or where their cowboys are at numerous times throughout the day, morning, evening. So you can have bears close to these carcass areas when they otherwise wouldn't be, which could promote human, well, not promote, but take away human safety. So our not that I disagree with you, not going on record saying I agree with you, you gotta play the middle ground, right? But if we were to start charging people, I think our numbers would go down, which could be a success in some people's eyes, but our conflicts could go up. And our lethal removals of grizzly bears, despite what you might think, could also increase, which I understand some people want that, but there's a right way to do that. And the right way would be to lower our lethal removals so that we can work to delist the bear and have the public more involved instead of just government lowering those numbers.
Maybe not a question, but a statement. First of all, I say, ever since this program started, I have been very much in favor of it. I've donated, I ordered to give money from the county every year. I've given money from a lot of sporting organizations I've been involved with. But the reason I did that, the ultimate goal was to delist the grizzly bear. At this point in time, I don't think the grizzly bear is ever going to get delisted. So I'm not in a position to vote to put any more money into it. And personally, I don't think the Game and Fish should manage the damn thing until they're delisted. And they shouldn't put any money into it. That's just one personal view.
Okay. My response would be, it's going to take a while, as we've seen. I mean, it was delisted in 2007, put back on 2008, delisted in 17, back on 18. The governor has sent a petition, so we're in a 90-day review period where the feds have received our petition. Montana sent one, and Idaho announced yesterday or 2 days ago they are also sending a petition. So all of these will have 90 days at the feds, and then they'll have, I believe, 180 days to respond. So, I mean,
trust me, I know exactly how the process works.
Okay, good.
And the outcome's gonna be the same. I'm sorry.
Well, I would ask that, you know, I'm not blameless here. You know, I don't make those decisions. I, as part of Wyoming Game and Fish, have sent the petition off. You know, that's our department's stance and the state of Wyoming stance. So we're trying. This is one way that we appease, if you will, the anti-delisters. One thing that they always bring up is that we're on average losing 50+ grizzly bears to human conflict, misidentification, outright poaching. So by lowering those numbers, we can appease them and hopefully not get so many people mad at us for trying to delist.
Good luck.
That's the attempt.
Madam Chair, so I agree, actually I agree with both of you to a certain degree, but I don't wanna see, just because the feds, we can't deal with the feds and the bears is still listed. I don't wanna see we game fish walk away and leave folks hang out there. I'll take care of my own stuff. But the safety factor involved in having a pit, if you manage your own pit, you know where those bears are, and it can actually be a benefit to you to know where those bears are. As a big livestock producer manages his own pit. But the problem is we've got these backyarders, and I know they probably should take care of it themselves, but they're not. Right. And you're running into a safety issue when you have bears continually coming through a neighborhood. And I actually, when Randy Blackburn had that service for a while, and he had a stroke, I did it for about 6 to 8 months. And I had some folks calling me up that worked within the zone and said, hey, we'll hire you, can you come get it? So we did have some folks pay us to do it, not within the zone. We did have some folks that are outside of the zone hire us to come haul a dead horse or a dead cow off. So I'm, again, I don't think the game fish is in the position to leave folks hang out to dry on it. So I'm gonna vote in favor of it.
I would agree. In eastern Park County, we get a lot of complaints with neighbors leaving carcasses out. And people aren't gonna pick those up. They just leave them out to rot. The neighbors to them are always complaining about, you get the smell and you get other animals that are coming out there. So I think, $2,400 is gonna delist neighbors. And I think that if there's an opportunity to get rid of some of the carcasses, I think it's a pretty good price. I think that's a pretty good deal. So I'm in favor of at least forgiving, some of the landfill charges you guys approve. Take the less more carcasses to the landfill. Yeah.
I feel like you might. I refer. I
Good.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
one last question, I think. Can you operate at the very least of requesting when you retrieve a carcass to have them pay for that? Instead of just advertising, we'll do it for free.
Right, so a donation per se.
Right.
That is something I can bring up as far as me being able to stand here and say, absolutely, we're gonna start doing that 2022. I can't make that call.
But you can make them aware of what it costs you.
Yeah.
And give them the opportunity to at least fund it.
Right.
Individually.
I can do that, and I can submit this as a proposal for the future to the large carnivore section at Wyoming Game and
That would
Fish.
go a long way for me.
Okay, yeah, I can definitely make that recommendation.
I guess that's the other thing I was gonna ask, is this is kind of cleaning up where we are right now. And I guess we've already had a little bit of a conversation about coming in for special funding or whatever if they move on with this program. So if we were to agree to this today, to clean up where we are, and then if you want to ask those questions and maybe come in and ask for ahead of time, whether we can support that program or not with whatever changes might be made, feel a little bit better about moving forward. Okay. Any other
Madam
questions?
Chair, I make a motion that we forgive the debt of $2,400 one game fish for the carcass.
So no second that.
And we've been seconded to agree to forgive up to $2,400 carcass program. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
I vote.
This is an easy one.
I vote in favor of
Good. I think
The majority again.
You almost had me convinced with your little spin there at the end. Because I've always supported this, so.
You'll have to come in front of us, it'll be a tougher audience next time.
All right, so if you have any dead carcasses, give us a call. Happy to provide for now a free service. We'll see what the future holds.
Thank you.
I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
I don't qualify, I'm outside the PCA.
I'm inside it and I've
No,
never.
you're, now you're, now you
Oh,
are.
it's the highway.
West of 120.
Yes, you are now.
I mean, I had to go to Game and Fish a number of years ago, when I can't remember who that was from Tomato, that trail trip, at least. And they were cattle, and they had like 15 dead cows, they just threw them over the cliff. And I had to go to Game and Fish, and they allowed Randy to come out there and pick them up.
Well, the fact that your new neighbors are getting fish, you know, you can just go leave it next to their driveway.
I'm gonna take it moving out in their pasture.
I better not be here. for
Thank
this
you.
conversation. Thank you, guys.
That carcass is starting to drop them off.
I'll take this one call.
Okay, so Randall?
Yes.
Okay, Randall Benning, applying for the credit union report. Welcome, thank you for applying. And I guess if you would tell us a little bit about yourself and a little bit why you're interested in being on this management board.
Sure. Been in Wyoming for gonna be 30 years this summer. Lifelong hunter, especially trapping, chasing predators has been my hobby, my passion for all these years. Living in Wyoming is such a blessing for me. The reason I came to Wyoming was to hunt, fish, and trap here, and so I've been able to do that, fairly successfully. I guess and how you measure that. But working in the state, I came to work for Wyoming line producers when it was dirt. So I built that. Spent a number of years there, 24. Went down to Laramie, built another line plant down there for Pete Lee and Sons. Got a chance to move back up here. So now instead of working for Wyoming line producers, I work for the parent company of Dakota Coal, which oversees Wyoming line producers. So it takes care of Montana limestone. It also takes care of some other entities. So that's kind of me in a nutshell. I go to work and sometimes you catch a few cut-ups.
Thank you. Questions?
Yeah, the only question I have, so have you attended any predator management meetings?
I have not.
Okay. But your interest in the predator board comes from your passion of.
Absolutely. I guess, it made me take that one step further. You guys can see all sorts of unique challenges. When I went down and built that plant in Laramie, one of the unique challenges was to build this new plant, $40, $50 million. It was such a new facility that it didn't run all the time. So the unique problem we ran into there was ravens. Ravens are a federally protected migratory bird. So they would come in by the hundreds. And so we'd run the plant for a few days, then we'd shut it down and we'd kind of walk away. They would come in and just destroy this plant with what comes out of ravens. So it became a very unique challenge on what to do that. You have to do all your homework. You find out what resources are out there, what you can do personally versus what are out there. We tried squeakers, we tried all sorts of things there to stay within the law, and then we finally had to get hold of a federal employee that could actually shoot. But it's a unique example, I guess.
Ravens are very unique birds. They actually, you can't get special permission, and as a predator board, the wildlife services have the opportunity to control them. But they're very smart. We've had issues with those in the past. There's two positions actually open. One is a sportsman, one is an at-large. Really, pretty much the same position. You can be involved, you just can't be a livestock producer. The only requirement with the sportsman position is you have to have a current hunting license. You have one?
I have a current trapping license.
Like that. So if you're chosen, you would need to put that one. My question I've asked to all the other candidates is your opinion more than anything or knowledge on non-lethal management practices for predator control. Do you have an opinion on that?
I do. I've got opinion for everything. I think you have to put everything in context, depending on what it's after. If it's raccoons bothering the chicken yard, some people like to relocate them. You're just transferring the problem in my terms. Depending on what it is, and what goal you're truly after. Non-lethal, I don't believe has been overly successful. I've just seen you guys go through grizzly bears. That non-lethal approach was tried for many, many years on that and proved not to be successful, forcing them into the lethal one. So I'm really not a fan of non-lethal. Now, have I ever used those techniques? Absolutely. Absolutely. I started by building my own box traps and catching raccoons out of farmers and ranchers' barns where it would let their barn cats loose, but yeah, would go ahead and take the raccoons out.
Thank you, Brad.
You served on any other boards in the past or?
I have. I've served with the Wyoming Mining Council, State Mining Council, which is really based on safety in the mining industry. But as a governor appointed position there, I was fortunate to have that for 2 terms. So I was appointed for 2, so 8 years, and a past president on that board. I serve on. I'm a board member of the Bighorn Limestone Board, and I present to based on electric board of directors each month on behalf of Dakota Coal Company.
Do you believe you have, I know this board isn't like a monthly thing, it's 3 times a year. And you believe you have the time to put in?
I do.
Okay. Good. Okay. Do you have any questions for us?
I do not.
Okay. Well. we
Thank
still
you
have
for
another
applying.
interview.
Appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Tim, thanks for coming.
Yes, ma'am.
The applicant for the Predator Management Advisory Board.
Yes, ma'am.
So what we'd like to start with, number one, thank you for applying. And if you would tell us a little bit about yourself and why you have an interest in sitting on this board.
I've been here in Wyoming 4 years, which is not a long time, but I've been involved in predator control and predator management for years and years. I trapped for 20 years. I still coyote hunt to this day. I worked with Missouri Game and Fish in a program where we went around with farmers, particularly poultry farmers in that part of Missouri that were having a large issue with coyotes. And we worked on a program to get more people involved in harvesting coyotes, trapping, hunting, take care of coyotes, coons, skunks, possums, all that type of thing. So it's one of my favorite things to do. I'd rather predator hunt as I have any other kind of hunt. That's saying a lot because I like the hunt, but I've been doing it for a long time.
Okay. Questions? Sure, Tim.
The only one that asks questions.
That's okay.
There's 2 positions open. Do you have a preference that there's an at-large and a sportsman position? Or if there's board, as a member, you're really, it doesn't make one difference over the other. However, if you're chosen for the sportsman position, you have to have a current hunting license. You have one?
Yeah, I do. I mean, my elk season just ran out.
I mean, yeah, that was last fall.
Yes.
Question I ask everyone, your opinion as well as knowledge on non-lethal management practices for predator management.
We were in there, part of the time we were in areas where we couldn't use lethal management. So we had to come up with a plan. I mean, we used everything from humane traps to deterrence to keep predators away from animals. We worked with that a lot, especially around, there was a lot more towns in that area than there is here. You know, I mean, here you have a few out, but I mean, there was towns every 15 miles. And so you had to be able to work around those towns because there was a lot of various predators in those towns and around those towns. We had people all the time that were having cats,
small dogs, take back out, that kind of thing. So we had to work in those areas. I like the lethal a lot better personally, but that's just me.
Me too.
Fine.
Thanks, Tim. I have no question.
Tim, have you served on other commissions, boards in the past?
I've served on a lot of boards through the years. It's been a while. Right now, I'm the president of Park County Right to Life. I've been on the hockey board since I've been here. And various church boards.
Okay,
I was on several boards back in Missouri and Arkansas.
okay, time isn't an issue, this will work out fine.
That would be fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just, you mentioned Missouri, and I was just figuring on the application, you didn't told me were before, I told me what California.
No. I was in California twice and I didn't leave anything here when I left.
Do you have any questions for us?
I don't think so. I mean, this is one of those boards that I would enjoy, because it's things that I really am passionate about and enjoy, so. Thank you for your consideration, I appreciate it.
Okay. We've interviewed multiple today and we will make a decision and we'll.
Excellent, thank you. Have a good rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Hey, Nancy, just curious, but, let's see, who's the incumbent?
Jake Jarrett.
Okay.
The first one.
Now, which position is he in?
Sports.
He's a sports, right, so we're looking at that one.
Well, Madam Chair, unless there's discussion, I'm gonna make a motion that we reappoint Jake Jarrett as a sportsman rep and appoint John Jerkins as the member at large.
I will second that. Do I answer?
I tell you, John will be entertaining.
Oh, yeah.
Madam Chair, I think any one of them would be good. I definitely think Jacob is for sure, just because of the work that he's dedicated up to this point as a liaison. I will say that Clint has been to the last 2 meetings I've been to. He showed quite a bit of interest. I know that the sportsman and also the at-large positions are hard to get to the meetings, even though there's only 3 a year. I believe that Clint would, he showed up for the last 2. So I guess of the odd man out, I would prefer him, but that's just my opinion. So I don't know if you want to separate.
All right, Madam Chair, I'll withdraw my motion and I will I'd like to nominate Jake Jarrett for the sportsman position.
Okay, so the current motion at this point is to nominate Jake Jarrett for the sportsman's position. Correct?
Correct.
Okay, any further discussion on that? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. So that passed. So now we are down to the second position, which must be at large.
We're saying Clint?
Yeah, that kid is the second. He was right after Jake. I think any one of them would probably be good, other than the last one. Tim was just, I did notice on the bottom of his was just sports, so. I don't think, is the at-large a 2-term position as well? It is. Like I said, I don't really have a big with any of them, other than I do know that Clint has shown the most interest.
Throw his name out there and see if you get saved.
All right. I'm sure I nominate Clint Griffith as at-large position. And there we go.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we appoint John Jerkins.
Second.
Okay, this motion died for like a second, so Joe moved to appoint John Jerkins and we seconded, so any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
You're gonna be good, I just think John.
Motion passes.
The little note, I don't know him. The question I wrote down next time is, he appears to be someone that's gonna be trying to tell everybody what to do.
like a Lloyd deal.
Does somebody want to like adjourn this?
That's off the record.
Well, it's recorded, just so you know.
No, John will have sure show up.
Are we done? I'll move we adjourn.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you.
Great day, thank you. Super.
Hey, who did what now? Sorry.
So.
Keep in mind that